I have no sound.
This is good sound, thank you. I would like to announce the May 18, 2022 regular board meeting is being conducted in pursuant to California Government Code Section 54953B concerning teleconferencing of meetings. Board member Dr. Victoria Ruffin is participating in this meeting by teleconference from 4631 East Avenue S in Palmdale, California. And board member John Rush is participating in this meeting by teleconference from 100 North Stearman Way in Eagle, Idaho. These locations have been identified on the meeting agenda, and the meeting is being recorded, and all actions will be taken by roll call vote. Item B is roll call vote. I would like to ask Dr. Ruffin and Mr. Rush to respond to the following questions. Are you able to hear our proceedings on your end? Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting, Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
And Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Has the agenda been posted at your location, Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
And Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Is your location such that any member of the public could participate in the public portions of this teleconference meeting from your location, Dr. Ruffin
Yes.
and Mr. Rush?
Yes.
And now, members of the board, are you able to hear Dr. Ruffin and Mr. Rush? Mr. Martinez is not with us yet, so Ms. Pearl?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady?
Yes.
And I am able to hear as well. Item 2 is closed session, public business from the floor, closed session agenda items. Are there any comments, Rachel?
No,
There's
we don't have
nobody
any
here to
comments at this
comment.
time.
Okay. So I guess I really don't need to read that next section, do I? Okay. So that means that we are going to reconvene this regular meeting at 5 o'clock, and we're going to head into closed session. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Yes. You get up there, I'll have a presentation. We got you, don't worry. So anyway. No, I'm not gonna discuss that part.
I'd like to apologize for our late start. We were trying real hard to get closed session finished all in the allotted time, and apparently we did not make it, but we did try. We're going to convene to the regular meeting. I would like to announce that the May 18th, 2022 regular board meeting is being conducted pursuant to California Government Code Section 54953B concerning teleconferencing of meetings. Board member Dr. Victoria Ruffin is participating at this meeting by teleconference from 4631 East Avenue S in Palmdale, California. And board member John Rush is participating in this meeting by teleconference from 100 North Stearman Way in Eagle, Idaho. These locations have been identified on the meeting agenda, and the meeting is being recorded, and all actions will be taken by a roll call vote. Anyone wishing to observe the meeting may do so via Antelope Valley Union High School District's YouTube channel, and individuals may take photographs or record meetings, provided the individual conduct does not constitute a disruption, including obstructing the view of others. Those wishing to address items on the agenda and matters that are not on the agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the Antelope Valley Union High School District Board shall do so in person upon completing a speaker form. I will call the individual's name to come up to the podium to provide their comments, and individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each. A total time for public input on each item shall be limited to 20 minutes. Non-agendized items are limited to a total time allotment of 20 minutes. No speaker may relinquish a time allotment to another speaker. The district encourages members of the public, this is a lot to read, so just bear with me. The district encourages members of the public to attend board meetings and to address the board concerning any item on the agenda or within the board's jurisdiction. The board does not prohibit public criticism of its policies, procedures, or programs, services, acts, or omissions. Similarly, the board does not prohibit public criticism of district employees. Speakers are cautioned that no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments. simply because those comments are made at a public meeting. Attendees are also reminded of the board's civility policy, Board Policy 1313. This civility policy requires that members of the district staff will treat parents and other members of the public with respect and expect the same in return. The district is committed to maintaining disruption-free board meetings. The board will not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of its board meetings. And persistent disruption by an individual or group are grounds to terminate the privilege of addressing the board. Persistent disruption by an individual shall be grounds for the board president to terminate the individual's privilege to address the board. The district promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district board members, district employees, parents, and the public. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. Sorry about that. I'd like to ask Dr. Ruffin and Mr. Rush to respond to the following questions. Are you able to hear our proceedings on your end? Dr. Ruffin. Dr. Ruffin?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah, there you go. Now we
Okay.
can. So the question was, are you able to hear our proceedings on your end?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Okay, the second question is, do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting? Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Has the agenda been posted at your location, Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Is your location such that any member of the public could participate in the public portions of this teleconference meeting from your location? Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Members of the board, are you able to hear Dr. Ruffin and Mr. Rush? Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Ms. Pearl?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady?
Yes.
And I can hear them as well. Item B is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I would like to ask Ms. Pearl if she'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Ms. Ryan, over your heart. Ready? Begin.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you. I remember when my nephew broke his leg and he just popped around like there was nothing wrong. I'm like having such a terrible time. Please excuse me, I did break my leg. And still under doctor's orders to stay off of it, so I'm trying. Item C is the approval of Pinco request. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, hold on. I popped ahead of myself. Thank you, Ms. Pearl, for leading the Pledge of Allegiance. Item 4 is Pinco meeting. And do we have any public comments from the floor on Pinco items?
No comments for Pinco at this time.
Pinco is a JPA and of many different school districts for food services. So we'll go on to item B. Extension of Pinco agreements 2022-23. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees authorize Pinco to award the rollover bids as presented. May I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Pearl and a second by Ms. McGrady. Do I have any discussion? Hearing none. I'll call for the vote. Student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Pearl?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Ruffin. Ms. McGrady?
Aye. Yes.
Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Ms. Nguyen is a yes as well, and so the motion passes by a vote of 5-0 with student board member voting yes. Approval of Pinco request for proposal awards 2022-2023. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve proposed awards for 2022-23. May I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Pearl. Who did the second? You, oh, okay, Ms. McGrady did the second. Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll call for the vote. Student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Pearl?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Aye.
And Mrs. Wynn is an aye as well, so the motion passes 5-0. Purchase order schedule for Pinco. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve and authorize the purchases outlined on the schedule attached. May I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Pearl and a second by Ms. McGrady. Any discussion? Hearing none. Student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay. Ms. Pearl?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Aye.
And Ms. Wynn is an aye as well. Motion passes with a vote of 5-0 with student board member voting aye. We're going to now reconvene to our regular board meeting and start with item number 6, which is recognition reports, public comments. And we have as item number A, our student board member. We want to thank you for your term. I want everybody to kind of come up here. I'm sorry if I can't. Let's see. This is for you in recognition of your service as student board member. We would like to recognize our student board member, Mr. Martinez. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, we proudly present this plaque, which is a really nice plaque. This is really nice. To Mr. Martinez. And a certificate in appreciation for your dedicated service to the students, the faculty, staff, the Antelope Valley Union High School District as our 2021-22 student board member. You did a wonderful job. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Before I even fall over, sit down, one of the two. Is this your fan club?
Yeah.
Just- Thanks. Nice looking fan club. It's been truly a pleasure to have you on the board with us, and I wish you well in whatever you decide to do beyond. I hope you'll kind of keep in touch and let us know what's going on and how well you're doing, because we know you're going to do well.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any comments? Okay. Yes, and I don't know when we'll have, do you know when we'll have the next year's student board member?
We were chosen today, or we voted on it during ICC
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
today, in fact. So, yeah.
Oh, okay. Alrighty, so item B is ICC student representatives, academies of the Antelope Valley. Martinez usually, and you know what, I just jump in
No, it's
and
okay.
introduce them, but do you have a better introduction than mine?
Well, ladies and gentlemen of the board and cabinet, tonight we have Academies of the Antelope Valley.
Hello, distinguished board members, cabinet, and guests. We are here on behalf of the Academies of the Antelope Valley. My name is Athena Jordan, and I am here representing SOAR Prep Academy. As we began to build relationships at school, our students were very excited to be back on campus. Our SEL Habitudes lessons have been very popular among both students and teachers. We have participated in many spirit days, lunchtime activities, and many more things during the school year. We currently have 8 clubs on campus where students can connect with their peers. Shout out to BSU for competing in the Black Knowledge Bowl against high school students. From our drama club's grease production to our art pod's door decorating, bench decorating, and the painting of our newly built cornholes in GTT class. SOAR Prep knows how to have fun. Lunchtime activities, student tournaments, and championship teams versus teachers. Our students competed in many championships against the teachers, and both times our teachers have won for both volleyball and basketball. Winter Ball 2021. Our Winter Ball 2021 was a huge success with both Palmdale Prep and SOAR Prep attending. For this ball, it was very nice to see everyone having great fun. And we are very excited to have our spring dance this Friday. Canyon Creek 7th grade field trip. For our 7th graders, Canyon Creek was very fun for them, and they took a leap on the high ropes course where they learned trusting tactics and how to conquer their fears. A big thank you to Courtsville High School for letting us take over their large gym in a castle leadership event. On this day, students learned teamwork and how to have fun. And now I will pass the presentation over to Palmdale Prep.
Good evening. I'm Erica King, the host and president at Palmdale Prep and an ASB member. Being in the 7th grade, we were very upset when we heard the news that our school is closing, but we decided to go out with a bang. After all, there isn't another junior high like ours in the entire Antelope Valley. As you will see, we have been very busy this year. Besides the amazing things we learned in language arts, history, and algebra, we set up experiments and worked in the crop box for science, made a working cast in GTT, learned how to split arms and legs, how to perform CPR, and save a choking baby, performed dissections, and triage patients. We also did a cross-curriculum activity between language class, science, and GTT, where we are learning how to find ground zero of an outbreak. For Xbox, we had HOSA, yearbook, art, and virtual reality. In addition to academics, we did well in athletics despite our small numbers. We had teams for cross-country, basketball, soccer, volleyball, and track. We even won the girls' basketball title for our division, and our boys made it to the volleyball playoffs.
I'm Brooklyn Tucker, the HOSA and ASB treasurer. We had some great fun with ASB this year with spirit days, dances, and fun activities. The leaders of ASB and HOSA attended a leadership conference at Courtsville High School, then brought those activities back to our school. To celebrate Groundhog's Day, we hosted Lumberjacks and Flapjacks Day. We all dressed up in flannels, and ASB made pancakes for the student body. Pie Day was also a hit, with all sorts of math activities, pizza, and pie. In addition to our celebrations, we held numerous and fun and adventurous spirit days, which made coming to school even more exciting. On our 100th day of school, we dressed like a centenarian, and on the 101st day of school, we dressed like 101 Dalmatians. We were able to take a couple field trips this year. The whole school went on an all-it-takes field trip where we stretched our bravery by walking on high wires and taking the leap of faith. We learned about introverts and extroverts and how we can communicate with each other. We also discussed forgiveness and letting go of past hurts. The 8th graders were able to go to Antelope Valley College, where they saw various programs, an inexpensive alternative to a 4-year college.
Hi, I'm Madison Cole, the HOSA Vice President, ASB member, and member of the Wellness Committee. Our HOSA program has had its best year ever this year. We took 17 participants to Long Beach for the state competition. We came home with 13 top 10 finishes, along with gold in prepared speaking, silver in mental health and wellness, and bronze in health education, as well as top-tier national recognition for our service project and top state recognition for our mental health and wellness program, which will serve as a national model for junior highs next year. As Ms. Spinks was awarded Advisor of the Year. 7 students qualified for the international conference, which will be held in Tennessee this June. Our mental health and wellness program, funded by a Kaiser grant, was awarded one of the best in the state. We based all our activities on Maslow's hierarchy of needs and focused on a social inclusion, making sure all students felt safe, wanted, and accepted. We made a wellness room, a student lounge, outside connection corners, an artistic area, a game center, and purchased all types of sports equipment to encourage team sports. Everything was designed to get people playing together, talking, and making relationships. After our end of the year survey, we are proud to say that we met our goals of inclusion. Our Habitudes lesson gave specific ways kids can incorporate these ideas in their life. HOSA focused on 4 community outreach programs this year. We reached over $500 for cancer research for Be the Match. We delivered Grandparents' Day and Valentine's Day cards to a retirement center. We made over 100 lunches for the homeless, and we went on our road teaching students how to splint arm to 6th grade students at Del Sur, 7th graders at Soar Prep, and anatomy students at Highland High School. We are sad to see our doors closed, but are extremely grateful for what we have learned at Palmdale Prep this year.
Okay.
Unfortunately for night prep, our student representative wasn't able to make it here tonight, but I just want to say a couple of good words about our kids and watching them grow this year. And we got a couple of slides here of the things that we did. Starting out with the teachers, we came in the year coming in like a superhero team, especially expanding out with 6th grade for the first time in the district, and seeing those 6th graders on campus and seeing how tiny they are compared to the 8th graders, and then just watching them grow throughout the year was just a phenomenal thing to be on campus to see. And all of our teachers were really excited to see that. Some of the things that the kids came up with their spirit weeks were just phenomenal to see how, engaged the kids got in dressing up. One of their favorite days was the Decades Day, and you can see in some of the photographs I have here with the kids representing the different decades and just having a good time, making friends, and just getting involved with our spirit weeks. We also had our first semester awards, which went phenomenally outdoors with the kids wearing their masks and then being able to take them outdoors and just clapping and cheering for every single kid that got an award and just waiting for their name patiently. And it was so huge, hearing that roar, especially when you hear that one kid that everybody was like, oh my gosh, we can't believe that he's getting the award, and then them just going nuts. It was fantastic. We also teamed up with Grace Resource Center, and we donated over 500 cans for their canned food drive. Watching these kids bring in those cans, a whole entire, bag at a time, emptying their backpacks and bringing in cans. It was just a phenomenal thing to see these kids come out and do. We also had our X blocks this year, and seeing the teachers, be able to bring things that they love and show the kids that they love, and then being able to share that. Kids learning how to play guitar, learning how to cook. It was just phenomenal to see that. Putting their engineering skills to the test, building marshmallow towers, getting their art decor, putting on talent shows. It was just phenomenal to see the teachers and the kids being able to come together and getting their art pieces out there to show to everybody. We also put on 2 dances. It was spectacular to see the kids get out there, especially when their favorite song came on, and just start grooving to the music. It was so much fun, especially seeing them walk that red carpet with that VIP entrance and just making them feel special. They had a fantastic time at their dance this past Friday. And then watching them in their sports as their coach and their mentor, watching them grow and develop, it was just a phenomenal time. And it was just great. I just wish next time, hopefully we'll make sure that we have our student representative to share from their perspective. So thank you guys so much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rachel Kidrowski,
And I'm Elida Lopez.
and we are with the Virtual Academy ASB. The Virtual Academy is comprised of grades 7 to 12, offering our high school honors, AP, and CTE courses.
So firstly, we wanted to talk about some ASB activities we hosted this year. We had quite a few. We tried to hold at least one per month. And they were also about half virtually and half in person. So that way they were accessible to all students, no matter where they were, they could join in and engage with the school. So pictured here, we have a game day that we had near the beginning of the year. We also had a Freaky Friday movie night, which was another in-person event. We also held something for Pi Day, which was a simple online event where we just asked students to post a picture of a pie or a pie recipe on a Padlet, just an easy way for students to engage in school. And then also in the month of February, we had self-care Sundays, where every Sunday in the month of February, we just reminded students a way that they can practice self-care and self-love.
Within these ASB activities, we try to focus on bringing the online aspect of our school into it. So for this semester, we tried to hold a lot more of these online activities, such as our Breast Cancer Awareness Month Padlet, where students were encouraged to share their own stories involving breast cancer in order to bring awareness to the subject. We also have pictured here our Mardi Gras Arts and Crafts event, where students were encouraged to come online and make Mardi Gras masks with their whole school. We also include our Habitudes assemblies, where we try to teach students how to be better people as well as better leaders and try to bring those good habits to them virtually.
Here is our most recent as well as my favorite online event. We had a cupcake baking event where one of our teachers, Mr. Gorman, taught us how to make his delicious cupcakes. So this was a high participation event with over 30 students involved. Some of the students actually followed along and got to bake and try his delicious cupcakes from the comfort of their own home, while some just sat there and enjoyed our teachers. They're so funny and entertaining and kind. It was really nice just to be in that environment and hang out in a Google Meet like that. I also wanted to highlight some of the comments that students made during this event. One of the students said, "This was a lot more fun than chilling on my phone," which meant so much to us because that's a really big compliment. It means that we really put on a fun event. It was really great, it was. And then another comment that was made was, "This was good for my mental health," which again just means so much to us. It means that we as ASB are doing something right, that these events are bringing light into someone's day and are just providing a break from schoolwork or whatever it is. So I'm really happy that we had this event and that students enjoyed it so much.
With our students being fully online, we also want to give them the opportunity to see their teachers in person if they feel the need to have that connection and have that experience in their learning environment, which is where we have Club Virtual. Within Club Virtual, we allow students to come in and see their teachers, which can give them the chance to have a more hands-on experience if they need support or if they choose to do their classes that way. With Club Virtual, we're also able to have our in-person events as ASB. Pictured here, we have our roller coaster event that our science teacher, Ms. Pruitt, had for us. At the same time, we also had our Valentine's event for ASB, where we were able to decorate and just really try to bring our school together as a community and bring some happiness to them.
We also had multiple spirit days this year. Pictured here is the Halloween Spirit Week that we had. I think this is a good example of how we incorporate online and in person. The first 4 days were just online events where we asked students to post pictures on Instagram and tag us at Virtual Academy. Instagram is a great tool that we use to try to engage our students. So a very simple event, just awaits for our students to engage. And then on Friday, we had that Freaky Friday movie night that I previously mentioned, where if students wanted that social time to engage with their classmates, come in, watch a movie, we also had that option. And it was really fun because the students dressed up as teachers, teachers dressed up as students. So we have a picture of that here. We also have a picture of our students of our teachers dressed up for Halloween. And it's so great seeing our teachers also participating in our events.
We held 2 of these Spirit Weeks last semester with our Halloween Spirit Week that she's talked about. We also held our Winter Wonderland Spirit Week, where we held a party for students to come in and enjoy with snacks and a movie, and we were able to cut out snowflakes and make this huge banner. We also asked that our students come in wearing their ugly sweater as a way to show what their idea of that was. With that, we also had an online option where students could daily pick an activity for them to participate in, like making snowmen or making a snowflake cutout if they chose to do so, just so we could really have both of those options for our virtual and in-person students.
We also went on 3 field trips this year. The first one was to UC Santa Barbara. That field trip I actually attended. It was a lot of fun to be with my classmates in a social setting, but also learn a lot. We got to see the amazing campus and just see the college students walking around. So it was cool to get a little look into what the college experience was like. One of our teachers, Miss Pruitt, also contacted one of her former students that went there, and we got to talk to her and ask some questions about UC Santa Barbara. So that was also really cool. We also have pictured here a field trip to the Ronald Reagan Library, and it was very interesting. The students got to learn a lot and see a lot of just like interesting things at that museum. And then lastly, we had the field trip to the Leo Carrillo Beach, where students got to do a little science exploration and look at the tide pools. And it was just great for virtual students to be outside in nature, feel the California sun and sea breeze. So those were some of the field trips we had this year.
And lastly, we have a lot of firsts for the Virtual Academy in our academic awards and achievements. This is the first year that we've been able to participate in the 4.0 ceremony for our graduating seniors. We actually had the pleasure of having one of our own students win the grand prize of the $60,000 scholarship to UAV. And we're also, for this first year, we are finally certified for the California Scholarship Federation, which will allow our graduating seniors to graduate in gold, which we are very excited to see this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you have any comments from board members?
Just thank you very much for coming and spending the time to come present to us. It's wonderful to see what you're doing. Thank you.
I have to tell you, it's a highlight of the board meeting for me to see what you're doing. It sounds so exciting and actually fun. A lot of the things that you're doing just seems like fun. Isn't that great about education? And thank you to staff for providing the educational opportunities for these kids. I'm just excited for you because I know that you're going to go places and you're going to do amazingly wonderful things. I like
Wanted to add also, Mrs. Nguyen.
Okay,
Sorry about that.
that's okay.
Thank you to all the presenters that came out. It is amazing to see our students engaged, especially since we're trying to pull out of this pandemic. I'm hoping that more of our students have opportunities to have these experiences as well. Keep up the good work.
I do have one question. So Palmdale Prep Academy, there was a picture of dissecting a brain. What animal did the brain come from? No, I'm just teasing, but there was a picture. There was a picture of dissecting the brain. I only remember when I was in high school dissecting just a couple of things. We didn't do too much. So it just seems amazing to me. What's the inside of the brain look like? I think it sounds interesting anyway. Thank you very much for coming tonight. And thank you for your presentation, and want you to know that we truly enjoy it. Thank you. All right, we have another presentation. Item C is presentation System of Supports by Ms. Chandler Williams.
Well, actually, good evening, Board. Madam President, I would like to introduce Marissa Risling, our Director of Student Services. She will provide an overview of the district's continuum of services regarding social, emotional, and mental health supports. Unfortunately, the presentation was not available prior to because we were putting together a video to highlight the work that we did with Independent City. So we're happy to share that with you all as well tonight. So Marissa.
Thank you. Good evening, Board, Madam President, Cabinet, and all of our guests. I'd like to take the opportunity today to just really share the systems of supports that we have in place to support that social emotional need of our students, our parents, and our staff. And I just want to kind of point out the picture here because this kind of really says it all, that we really want to embrace the child, the staff member, the community with as many supports as needed. So one of the first things I kind of want to go into is a wonderful program and opportunity that we have with LACO. It's called LACO Community Schools Initiative. And this program here allows Little Rock High School to participate. 15 schools in all of the county have been selected. And Little Rock is a school that has been selected to be like really the hub of the community to provide those services. The main idea for LACO is to not only provide that social emotional support, but also the mental health awareness that is needed throughout the community. So it's not just for the students, but it's really truly is somewhere for everybody in the community to be able to go there. So this pilot was launched in 2019. And what does it really mean for LACO to be working with Little Rock is that in addition to all the supports that we have, LACO has provided us with additional community initiative staff members. We have a dedicated person that reaches out to agencies to work with the families, try to find the needs. We also have a dedicated staff member from LACO that works with parent engagement. And this upcoming school year, I'm really happy to announce that they're going to be providing us an educational social worker in addition to what we already provide. So really quickly, I'd like to just show you what Community Schools Initiatives is all about.
Los Angeles County, a diverse microcosm of the world, 10 million people, 2 million under the age of 18. LA County boasts one of the world's largest economies, and yet inequities persist for students and families. Too few students graduate prepared for success in college and career, especially those who have been historically underserved. But a new day has dawned. The Los Angeles County Office of Education has embarked on an unprecedented partnership with the Department of Mental Health, other county agencies, and school districts. This effort, called Community Schools, aims to improve the academic, emotional, and physical well-being of students, expanding schools into hubs for a range of vital social services that address the needs of the whole child. What does this look like at a school? Say a teacher notices a student falling asleep in class and frequently missing school. The teacher refers the student to the school counselor. The counselor learns that the boy's mom has been ill and not seeing a doctor because the family is uninsured. The boy has 3 younger siblings at home who are not yet in school, and he's been missing school at times in order to help care for them. The counselor and teacher write a referral to the community schools support team. The community schools team reviews the request and begins identifying resources: healthcare support, childcare support, meal support. The team forms a plan for the family, helping connect them to needed services. The students' attendance, engagement in class, and grades improve. As trends are identified, additional supports and resources are brought in to support the entire school so that more students and families benefit. This is the Community Schools model, a vital strategy for tackling persistent inequities and ensuring a bright future for our at-promise youth, fueled by partners coming together to harness the power of one, because LA County cares about our kids. Los Angeles County.
So that kind of leads us to what we do at the other sites, all our other sites, because Little Rock has this opportunity, but our student support centers are really built along the same model that the CSIs do. It's a resource hub for all of our students and our families. It's a way for them to really look at the whole child approach, just the same way that we do it. I do want to take some time to just share a story that was shared with me earlier today at a school that I was visiting in regards to how they really embrace that child. Earlier this morning, we're talking and they shared how there was one particular student that they've really been working with. She really found herself a place in the student support center with the mentors. And it took a while. It wasn't an instant thing. but she was able to make a connection with them. Then she started sharing about her personal life, how she's able to possibly rekindle this relationship with her mother by having these visitations that they're going to allow her to have. From those visitations, she started going every other week. And it was from, you know, a place where a lot of times students don't want to share that, but she's sharing this with the mentors at the school site. Well, not too long ago, just about a week ago, she comes in and she says, and I did bring my tissue because I might cry, but she says, my mom has died. So, but she walks into the school and she says, my mother has passed away. They found her in a hotel. They're doing an autopsy. And now I have to bury her, but nobody wants to bury her. So they listened with her, but what they did, that school came together, and on Monday, they're going to be holding a memorial service. They found the youth pastor on staff. They did a memory board, got all these pictures for her. So when we think about the Student Support Center, it really is wrapping your arms around the student that really doesn't have that foundation. Unfortunately, she can't like continue that relationship with her mom, but now she's able to like have this memory of her with all these support people in place. Okay, I did pretty good. All right, no more tears. Okay, and I'm really happy that the students that presented talked about habitudes, right? Because that is a program, a curriculum that we really focused on what is going to drive the social emotional supports in our school daily that's really going to engage the students. So the habitudes curriculum is one that is brought to you by CASEL. The CASEL wheel is here. CASEL is the leading organization for social emotional supports that really touches on all of this. And it was just so heartwarming to hear them say how they're using this and they're enjoying, because it really is about just making a better situation out of all of that. So moving on. Okay, always trying to increase like the work with our agencies. Our school-based mental health continues to grow. We have been able to work with agencies that actually co-locate in different schools. And these are just some of the ones that we have on here that just really shows that we're really trying to build this community within our schools. We want to make sure that the families know that if there is a need, you know, we have these organizations that are willing to help to just provide those resources, not just to the students, but also to the families through whatever therapy that may be needed or resources. We all understand that it's not just the students that are coming to our campus, but as our staff is coming, our paraeducators, you know, just everybody involved, we want to make sure that we are touching everybody in that way. So we have also looked at trainings for teachers. We've done these trainings where, you know, over the special education department was able to do one on behavior strategies. And it was a virtual event. It was highly, highly attended. We are also doing START, which is one that the psychologists do. And it's really about like social skills and anger replacement techniques, anything that helps the students. We also did a trainer of trainers for risk assessment for suicide. That is being needed because now these trainers can go back to the sites and train more to be able to do risk assessments. Just on May 9th, we were able to hold a parent virtual training where the parents were able to, you know, really hear the messages on how to help their adolescents. And this was something that will be continually to grow. You guys all probably heard about the virtual calming room that's on our site. I know every time I put on my Apple Watch, I get a little thing that says like a moment of like calmness, right? Well, this here provides that moment where you can go on, listen to music. It's very therapeutic and it's accessible to anybody. We're continuously growing our resource links as well for parents under our social emotional, just trying to build all of that from our homeless foster youth to the 211 Connect. That is something that we really want a lot of our families to know, that they can call that number and get resources to anything in LA County. It's a highlight that's in our community now. This is a fairly new, high-tech, so needed facility, the Behavioral Mental Health Urgent Care, which is located on Avenue I, really right across from like AV High School area. Typically, any students that are really needing to be assessed would be sent down below. Well, the families can't get down there, you know, and then, so this building is something that was really needed for us. I I am a storyteller, so I'm going to share one more story. I was able to be in the room with social workers, and they said, typically if a student is needing to be wrapped around in these type of services, it would take a long time. But with the family there, the social worker was able to actually just walk with the family down to this facility to be able to get the resources needed for the child. Mental Health Awareness Month, if you guys aren't aware. So I truly want you guys to take the time to just kind of think about, yourselves as well, and take care of yourselves. Going into the school counseling, the 21st century, this was something that started in 2015, where the real question was, how do we increase our counseling staff and enhance the counseling services that we provide for our students? So there was one question that really outlined everything. What would a perfect counseling program look like in the 21st century? So there was obviously committees that were brought together to be able to align the LCAP goals, and as well as the ASCA, which is the American School Counselor Association domains, and be able to create a document that allows for school counselors to really be intentional in determining what is the need for our students and kind of create that opportunity to be proactive versus a reactive. Increase in all of our mental health supports. So as you note on here, we do have a total of 106 staff members that are part of our emotional support staff. And now I'd like to just kind of point out that the chart doesn't reflect an overall, it reflects an overall average and not individual caseloads with this. So we currently have that 106 staff members who provide social emotional supports for our students. Our current budget our allocation for social emotional staff is just about 12.6 million. Next year's budget allocation will be approximately 13.3 million, with the additional school counselors of 2, additional psychologists of 1, and then 5 additional educational social workers. Continue to grow. We are always looking at, students with disabilities. They have access to school counselors, social workers. We ensure that their DIS, direct related services, are being provided district-wide by the psychologists. There are some students who need a higher level of support, and those supports are received through our ERICS program, as you see here. It really is that wraparound type where they're being in their intensive social and emotional behavior supports are not only at the school, but they work with the families, the community to just address the needs. Our school psychology and ERIC support providers not only work with the students, but they truly work with the parents to provide that mental health support and resources. Our school psychologists are provided with access to Everify, which is basically a curriculum that they're able to use to do small group instruction. Small group counseling. And then our ERICS administrators are constantly working with AV SELPA and other SELPAs statewide to continue to provide that mental health training. Campaign. This started about 4 years ago, and it was developed along with taking into consideration that, the message is that suicide is preventable, and that even the smallest might seem like insignificant act can really be the catalyst for receiving help. So since this has started, we have seen an increase in suicide risk assessments. However, we've seen a reduction in completed suicides to really show that the program is working, being aware of it. It's just letting students know, like, hey, there's trusted adults on campus and they are confiding in them. So every September, in conjunction with Suicide Prevention Month, the Take Two campaign kicks off. Schools are provided, with a banner and just like wristbands and t-shirts, and just kind of promoting for the school for that whole entire month to spend promoting the Take Two. Now, Take Two asks that everyone take 2 minutes to check in on a friend, a student, a family member, even a stranger, and connect them with a trusted adult. So for this year, I am pleased to announce that this year's Take Two Prevent Suicide video contest winner is Palmdale High School. And here's their video.
2 minutes.
I can actually write a thank you note.
Well, what are you waiting for? you do in 2 minutes?
I think I can do like 50 push-ups.
Then do it. What can you do in 2 minutes?
I can make a game in 2 minutes.
Then do it. What can you do in 2 minutes?
In 2 minutes, I can prevent suicide.
What? Prevent suicide.
It only takes 2 minutes to prevent suicide. Check in with the people in your life. Your support could help someone get through a tough time.
And that was Palmdale High School.
What can you do in 2 minutes?
I can actually read. Just want to make note that May is also National Foster Care Month, and the Antelope Valley Union High School District has many programs and services that continue to support what we call our resilient scholars. We have partnerships with Antelope Valley Foster Youth Education Program. We also have partnerships with Foster Ed Partnership. We have them co-located in our sites with actually having 6 social workers throughout our campuses to be able to assist our resilient scholars with the needs that they have. The Foster Ed Partnership is one that's actually a tier 3 level, so when they need more supports, we have that for them. I think the coolest part of this, though, is the ambassador program, because that's actually our foster youth who actually go out and find other foster youth. They have these lunchtime meetings with them, and then just kind of spread the word on like all the services that the foster care system offers within our district for our resilient scholars. Here is the one I've been kind of just waiting to go. Independence City was just held on Saturday, May 7th at Eastside High School. This was really opportunity for our 70 resilient scholars to attend. We had over 40 volunteers. It's really a mock city set up to kind of practice independent living. Okay, so every child that went in, they got a little folder. It described what they were what their situation was, as far as like, you know, I'm married with 2 kids, this is my income, and they had to just go around in a safe environment and stay within their budget and just give them that opportunity to really experience what it's like to rent, to go out and like, you know, without having, you know, they could make all the mistakes. You know, kids ended up with like negative balances, but it was fine. So one of the cool things was a guest speaker that was there. His name was DeMonte Thompson, and he actually leads the Twin Inspire. And his story was pretty phenomenal. He's a twin, grew up in Compton, and just kind of spoke to the kids about just everything that they could really do. He signed a book for everybody, so everybody got a book from that. I don't know if you guys know who Tiffany Haddish is. Yes, yeah, Mr. Nehan's like, yep, everybody else is like. So Tiffany Haddish actually donated 100 suitcases for every student that was there. And these suitcases are pretty cool. You could like plug your phone in, it charges them if you charge the suitcase. I mean, they're like phenomenal suitcases, but we had so many people donating. We got laptops, the district personnel here just donated tons and tons of stuff. We had over 2,000 in gift cards, but if we really kind of summed up everything that was given, and we probably had about $20,000 worth of just, gifts for the kids on there. And of course, nothing adds to what the kids had to say about it. So from the survey, here's some of the ones they said, but one of the ones that really captured what I captured was, I'm not usually comfortable with people knowing that I'm in foster care, but today I felt comfortable. Give a shout out to school Site Safety Director, Kenny Bryant, because he really helped capture the love of Independence City on that day. So I'd like for you guys to see how it was.
I-N-D-E-P-E-N-D-E-N-T. Do you know what that mean, man? I-N-D-E-P-E-N-D-E-N-T. Do you know what that mean? She got her own house. She got her own car. I-N-D-E-P-E-N-D-E-N-T. Do you know what that mean, man? I-N-D-E.
I'm learning quite a lot, actually. I was struggling before. Every time in my school they tried getting us to learn how to be an adult, and I always struggled with that. But going step by step, slowly getting like how the hang of it is, you know. And it may not be real, but it feels pretty real to me.
We're learning how to be independent. That's going from jobs, bank, housing, driving cars. This is a very good opportunity.
¿Cómo te va ahorita aquí?
Bien.
¿Qué más?
Me siento orgullosa de estar acá. Algo un poco triste porque apenas tengo una semana.
I think this is like my 4th year going here. But the first time that I went, like I was like, oh my God, like I'm gonna be an adult for today. Like it gives me a chance to get a feel of how it is being an adult. Cause like your parents, they tell you like, man, like this stuff is expensive. And you like, you know, like mom, you do it, dad, you do it, like y'all do it. But when you actually going through it, you realize that you gotta really make sacrifices for your kids. Like for instance, today I was a single mom, I had 2 kids. So instead of renting, I bought my kids a house. I got a nice car so I can get them to and from school without no difficulties. I did my entertainment, the clothes, and all of that later. I went to have my priorities checked, got my license, did all that. So today you really just get the whole full experience of what it's like to be an adult. And it's really fun. But it also puts you in mind like, okay, like this is what you're going to have to do when you're an adult. It's a lot of opportunities that the IOP coordinators and everything that you can see, like what they have and all the opportunities they have for foster youth. So it's a great experience.
I-N-D-E-P-E-N-D-E-N-T. Do you know what that mean, man? I-N-D-E-P-E-N-D-E-N-T. Do you know what that mean? She got her own house. She got her own car.
And that's Independence City. Any questions? Anybody have any questions?
Thank
No,
you for
but
your
I would-
presentation. I really enjoyed seeing all that. I'm really huge on mental health, so seeing what's being provided, and also I'm very familiar with Little Rock and whatnot. So seeing what everyone's doing within the district is just amazing. I was not aware of Independence City, so I really enjoyed this presentation. I really do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
And I wanted to make a comment. Amazing job. I'm so excited that the independent city is actually living on. Maybe our community doesn't know, but in the late 1997, 98, early 2000s, the independent city was actually created from the Community Colleges Foundation. I actually worked in that department with my godmother, Delia Johnson. Michael Olnick was the director over it. We had IOP coordinators who were locally out of LA County. And one of my friends told me that she met up with Matthew Case a few years ago explain the concept. And I'm so happy that this concept is living on. When we did it, we used to do it in Malibu at a camp. So it was an all weekend program, and they would get like fake bunny and go through the whole process. So thank you so much for the work that the Antelope Valley community is doing. Thank you for adopting this concept and keeping it moving forward, because our foster youth are benefiting from it. And as you guys all know, we have the highest number of foster youth in LA County right here in the Antelope Valley. So I'm so happy that our staff has embraced this, that Ms. Williams has taken this under her charge and her leadership and made sure that all of our kids are connected. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ruffin. Ms. McBrady, did you have?
I'd just like to add, thank you. Thank you for presenting tonight and showing us what we are doing and the efforts that we're making. And thank you for all your work.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Ms. McGrady.
Mr. Rush, did you have a comment?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
I can't hear you. Can you? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. Thank you for the presentation. You know, I'm hoping that we're able to do these presentations regularly, because it helps us remember what all you are doing to help our students. And it's a tremendous task, but it's so needed for some of these kids. And really, this has been a special year anyway, coming back from virtual education onto in-person. It's been hard on a lot of our students. So thank you so much. I'm really sorry I didn't get to go this year, but make sure I know next year, because I want to attend as well.
Yes, for sure. Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Nguyen.
Thank you. Thank you, Chandelin, too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're going to go on to board officer report, which is me. Antelope Valley School Board Association had a meeting in April. However, it was an executive board meeting, so I didn't have anything to report from that. And then I have LAX to report from this last meeting that I missed, that I have submitted to Rachel already, and it's available for anybody who would like to see it. We also had a LAXTA meeting this last Monday, and the sponsor for the LAXTA meeting on Monday was Fagan Friedman Fullfrost, F3. And we had Milton Foster give us a little presentation. And I know Mr. Foster's been in our boardroom and given us a presentation in the past. The announcement of him went on for 17 million pages. The things he's done is just amazing, and the education that he's achieved and continues to work at. He was an engineer at one point. I was totally impressed. But he gave us a little short presentation on the Voter Rights Act and how districts can or need to comply. And then the rest of the meeting was on the budget, which I am sure Mr. Hawkins will give us a more detailed idea of what the governor's going to do with this year's budget. And those were the only reports I have. Oh, other than I would like to report out that in just a couple of days, it will be Jill McGrady's birthday. I would sing to you, Jill, but you don't want that. These people don't want that either.
Assuming I'll live that long. No.
Happy birthday, Jill.
Thank you.
Item E, Antelope Valley School Transportation.
Just real quick, they are starting their second class of bus drivers. There's about 16 to 17 in that class. And so they are working as diligently as possible to increase the drivers. And they are also applying for several grants to increase the bus fleet.
Oh.
So they're working on that. I mean, the grants are a longer term process to get, but they're working on them as well.
Mr. Hawkins, I know that AVSTA, the community, the Antelope Valley Bus Service, has a lot of electric buses. Have we ever considered, or is that a possibility to go with electric buses?
They have about 5 right now.
Oh,
they're
okay.
looking at purchasing. Boyd Manufacturing here locally has collaborated with AVSTA, and they have been looking at school buses. And they
Okay.
have, their engineers have crawled all over the school buses to see that they get the manufacturing from the frame perspective for a CHP clearance, get that correct. And so they're working on an electric school bus at Boyd Manufacturing here locally.
That would be interesting. And I know that we have some of our buses that do travel almost all the way to San Bernardino to pick up students. So I'm sure that that's going to be a consideration, mileage and how much, but that'll be interesting. If you don't mind giving us a report later. If that,
When they get closer,
when it comes
yes.
up, thank you
Yes.
very much. From AVTA, item F is Mr. Shai here or a representative from AVTA that would like to speak. I don't see anyone rushing to the front, so we'll move on to item G from CSEA, Karen White. And Karen, I do see you here.
Board President, Ms. Nguyen, I'm sorry to hear about your foot or your leg.
Thank you.
I hope that you mend quickly. So board members, good afternoon, student board member, Mr. Martinez. Good to see you tonight. Board cabinet, Mr. Nian, Mr. Furno, Ms. Orozco. You know, the days are passing and we're only about 10 days away from our graduations across the district. And it feels a little strange. Feels like it was just August a few days ago. And we were all getting our students back into the groove of coming to school in person. And then this year has gone by so quickly. So many changes this year. And more on our doorstep for next year with starting at 8:30 a.m. I want to thank the district's negotiation team for meeting with us on Monday for a second time concerning the new starting hours as we begin to move forward with this new law that's taking place and some of the challenges that the district has had to deal with. That has been very difficult. I believe our meetings provided good information concerning the summer and school year obstacles, possible alternatives. And of course, we all realize that even with that, there will be some tweaking as we venture forth. I'd also like to thank Mr. Matt Anderson for his presentation at the last board meeting for reviewing major aspects and getting bell schedules in place, as well as working out the bus schedules for getting our students to schools. We thank you also for recognizing at your last board meeting for celebrating the Classified School Employees Week. As your resolution read, we do provide a valuable service to our schools, our students, district, and our communities. We are not only classified employees, but we are parents, grandparents, foster parents, maybe some even great-grandparents, also foreign exchange sponsors and community members, all who have students on our campuses. You know, we take pride in the jobs that we do, and we create a positive and safe environment for all of our children. We are the backbone to the service and commitment in maintaining the day in and day out functioning for our district. We showed our worth during our battle with getting services to our students as we and our own families dealt with the COVID years. We are essential and proud of the jobs and the support we provide, both at work and within our communities. We thank you for recognizing the Classified School Employees Week, but most of all, for recognizing our classified employees. Now let me address something that is less desirable. A situation you are well aware of, and this can has been kicked around the barnyard so many times that it's well known as the Academies of the Antelope Valley Secretaries struggle. This, as you probably know, has been in contention since the school year 2017-2018. 3 principals have brought this problem forth to the attention of the district. Dr. Vieira was approached and informed of the working out of class situation in the fall of 2019. He pushed for a reclassification MOU to address these conditions so they could get resolved. COVID took a hold of our district and our ability to address reclassifications until this year, when their request was finally brought forth with a sigh of hope and resolution. Things looked promising as their application was taken aside to be addressed separately from the reclassification committee applications. Theirs would be considered as other possibilities, as Palmdale Prep said on the final steps of being decommissioned. Patiently, they awaited for a glimmer of news, only for their hopes to be crushed on a rock quarry of unsuccessful attempts. When the news reached CSEA and them that their jobs would remain a status quo. We've been vigilant and were provided encouragement from individuals who worked at the district office level that the jobs that they were doing were past Secretary 2 positions. That jobs that they were doing mandated training for courses in account practices. With what they were doing, not only as a Secretary 2 position, but also as an on-site account technician. So even though they were told they couldn't file a grievance, other in higher offices said they should. And now that's where we are now. The denial of the formal level 1 grievance with the words in relationship to their Secretary 2 duties, saying, quote, "Such duties, which have evolved over time, have consequently included relative short and simple tasks for the benefit of their administrators and the academy's students," unquote. And that they've, quote, "helped ASB activities, after school events, and simple budget tracking," end quote, is overwhelmingly inaccurate and insensitive to the hours, the training, and the legal consequences for the audits that they are responsible for. These are not short or simple tasks. An injustice has been going on, readily known, without compensation or consideration to such. These additional job duties are not relatively short or simple tasks, and before these secretaries could speak to you, I come on their behalf to implore you as a board to push for them to be treated fairly and be compensated appropriately, whether they're still in this or have moved into another position. End of another year, we want to give a shout out of congratulations to all of our classified and certificated employees for their years of service. We applaud the commitment and their dedication, their hard work, all over these years that they've been employees with the school district. We thank all of them for everything they do and what they continue to do. Please let me thank each of you for your diligence and your commitment to our students, their families, and your co-workers as we strive to recover from our COVID years and return the campus environment to what we had previously enjoyed. Really appreciated. You've provided stability, understanding, and worked through obstacles this year. and we applaud you for everything you've done. So thank you. I hope you have a great Memorial Day, an exciting graduation, and a fantastic summer. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Ms. White, for that information. It is not information that the entire board knows, and I really appreciate you bringing this to our attention. And I will add context to some of what you said as the meeting moves forward. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? H, which is public comments from the floor on agendized items. Are there any comments from the floor on agendized?
Yes, we have two.
Okay, give me just a second to read what I need to read then. The public is invited to address the board on any agenda item. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each, and the total time for public input on each item shall be limited to 20 minutes. During public comments, the board listens to concerns and issues. The board may ask questions for purposes of clarification, but the law prohibits the board from entering into a dialogue with the public or taking action on items that are not on the agenda. Okay, all right. Do you want to call them out, Rachel, then?
Yes, we have Diana Padilla on 8C.
Okay.
I'm here to talk about this school safety plan again. As I remind you, I did have to file a UCP in regards to this because the last version was brought up to the board and supposedly approved by our school site council, which was not. However, the school did try to fix this mistake, and we did have a SSC meeting on May 5th. However, there was no agenda. It was very informal, and we were supposed to review a document that we had no access to. And we were intended to review, make suggestions, which fell on deaf ears, and was approved to be sent to you here tonight. As I reviewed this document, I am appalled and embarrassed that you guys can come up with this type of stuff. I mean, I don't know why you think that we would not see these things. And it was changed from some behavior consequence matrix that was on the previous version. And then this one is one that was first written in 1990. So that instead of moving forward, we went backwards. It is sad that I had to witness this firsthand, the lack of care and responsibility that our school shows to our children. And that was one of the issues, the behavior rubrics that you guys changed or the school changed that leaves the door open to further mistreatment, discrimination, retaliation to our children, something that they are already subject to. Another thing that I also had brought up at that meeting, which was totally disregarded, of course, because I'm just a parent, right? Is the fact that right here it states that if there's a fight at school, it is considered a crime. But yet a suicidal threat will be subject to notification of law enforcement. which is total opposite of what was just presented today. So, I mean, I really can't see how you guys can continue to approve this.
Time.
Ms. Garcia, would you like to speak to a staff member about your concerns on the school site safety plan? I'm sorry, I can't hear her. Mr. Meehan, can you hear her? I'm sorry, I can't hear you, but I certainly can make sure there's somebody coming towards you right now.
Item 12C.
Okay.
Ruffin, we got hello, Ms. Orozco, hello to Mrs. Ramos and young man Martinez, and hopefully my superintendent. But you know what? I always come up here prepared, thinking I'm prepared, but I always get blindsided by stuff that I hear in the audience. Listening to Karen White and listening to Diane Padilla, I already told her she shouldn't even did a UCP. She should have went straight to the Office of Civil Rights. That's something that should be done when kids have special needs and have mental health issues, or kids need special learning accommodations. You all seem to act like everything falls on Shannon and Williams' plate about special ed and what the programs are. That's why I'm going to still be here. I guess I'm learning where my place is in this district with hearing all these beautiful programs that we got here for mental health, but it's not true, or for our foster kids, or for kids of color and different things. She's been coming to you guys for a moment, but you know, the only way that we have to deal with most people is legally. And I thought when I was coming up here to speak about 12C, about the new attorney, I thought it was a new attorney that was replacing Furno. And I was hoping to say that I hope that we don't have these attorneys that are sitting here just for our superintendent and not for everybody. But Ms. Ramos had to point it out to me what it was. Like I said, many people think that Dr. Ruffin gives me advice about it, and I'm sure you know she's smarter than me about how this stuff runs, and she doesn't. So I don't mind when I'm confused or messed up. That's how I had to have a lawsuit, because you know the words were twisted about what I said. You all know I never told those teachers that they called these kids the N-word. I always bring that up because you know what? It's the kids. And you want to know why it's the kids? Some of you play like you don't understand. It's about the kids. You get paid for it. So why don't you do the work that you need to do for the kids? And I hate to say it, there's legal paperwork that's been submitted on my behalf at court that shows pictures and faces of people that have been in collusion with always going against Dr. Ruffin. The one person that will come up and talk to somebody about anything. But that's who you get mad about. But guess what? Thank God we have her, and thank God this district has her, but you can't stand her. But it's okay, because she comes out to do the work. And that's what I'm gonna say. The mental health, and if you have a legal person that's supposed to be here on a business agenda, or whatever, have them work for the parents, the students, those that are in need to get help, not just for whatever your private agendas are behind. She's not sitting here up there asking for someone to help her about these different programs. You're not trying to give it to her. So it ain't no joke. You shouldn't laugh about it, but you sit up here laughing, many of you, because you know what? You got this board majority, but you know what? It's not good, because guess who you're going to have to answer to? You're going to have to answer that man upstairs. So you could do what you do on this board, but all this stuff that you pretend to act like is all available for these kids, that's what I'm about. Like this young man here, Martinez, he stood up for that student, you know, the school, that IDA or so, IDEA. Why wouldn't you guys approve that? Is it taking money out your budget? Kids learn differently. But what's the problem? Too many pockets are being lined, and I'm happy to say, and you know, y'all know that it's true.
Time.
So proud.
Did you say we have what more, Rachel?
That's all of these speakers
That's
for
all
agendized
for
items.
agendized items. Okay, thank you. Item I is public comments from the floor on non-agendized items. Do we have any comments on non-agendized?
Yes, we have
items?
9 speakers.
9 speakers. Okay. All right, we're going to keep to the time just so that we can get all 9 in. And so now I need to read this next statement. The public is invited to address the board on any matter not on the agenda that is within the jurisdiction of the board. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each, and the total time for public input shall be limited to 20 minutes. During public comments, the board listens to concerns, issues. The board may ask questions for purposes of clarification only. The law prohibits the board from entering into dialogue with the public or taking action on the items not on the agenda. I need to get a consensus from the board to see if we can, if it's all right or not with the board to go over the 20 minutes. If we have 9 speakers, we're going to be over 20 minutes.
I think we should stay to our 20 minutes.
I agree.
I would like to hear everybody. It's only 7 extra minutes.
Yeah, I'd like to stick to the time.
Madam President, one option is to reduce everyone's time to speak to 2 minutes versus 3. That way all speakers would be heard.
So what do you think? What does the board think about reducing so that everybody has a chance to speak within the 20-minute time frame to reducing it to 2 minutes?
It's interesting how all of a sudden through this new body of the majority that you cut off parents and not want to hear what they have to say, whether it's for you or against you. Why would you not want to hear it? I mean, it's very apparent that we're not parent-centered here.
Actually, we're trying to make sure everybody gets a chance to speak. And this has been in effect for as many years as I've been on the board, and it's been quite a few years. It's in our bylaws as well. So I'm trying to keep within.
When it was convenient for you guys to attack me, you let them stay here all night. But now that parents want to speak, it doesn't make any sense. And you just got back. I do believe that.
Dr. Ruffin, I don't want to attack you. I'm just trying to explain. So what about moving to 2 minutes? That was the last request. Anybody have a comment?
It's only 7 minutes. I think we stick with our 20 minutes, and maybe we should ask our speakers, do you want to let everybody speak, or do you want to go for the first 20 minutes worth?
Give us all 3 minutes. Give everybody 3 minutes.
Okay, well, I say that I suggest we go for 20 minutes, and when we hit 20 minutes, then that's finished.
The parents that you guys are getting paid for. This is what I don't understand is.
Give us 3 minutes. What do you need once a month? We did let everybody speak at 1 minute, one meeting that went with 118 speakers. And so that is the concern. And like I said, this is part of our bylaws, but let's get started. I'm taking up time that we could be given to speakers. So let's get started with our first speaker.
Chelsea Helena.
Just for clarification, am I being given 3 minutes or 2? Just so I can adjust.
I believe we're going 3 minutes, and then we cut it 20. So
Thank you. All right, well, good afternoon. My name is Chelsea Helena. I'm an attorney with Neighborhood Legal Services of Los Angeles County. My team and I represent students and families in special education and school discipline issues in districts throughout the region, including the Antelope Valley Union High School District. I imagine that the district is already working on budgeting next year's local control accountability plan. So I choose to speak today on an issue that impacts a significant number of students and families, how this district chooses to spend its supplemental and concentration grant funds that are granted through the local control funding formula and by law must target the unique needs of the district's high needs students, these being English learners, foster youth, and low-income students. These 3 groups represent a substantial portion of the district's enrollment. Of the 22,792 students enrolled in the district in this past year, 16,303 were low income, 2,143 were English learners, and 430 were foster youth. As you are aware, students of color in the district are heavily overrepresented in these high need student categories, meaning that failures to serve these three vulnerable groups of students identified in local control funding formula legislation also impact other categories of vulnerable students. For example, 95.7% of English learners are Latinx, 31.9% of foster youth are Black, 18% of low-income students are Black, and 69% of low-income students are Latinx. Despite the state requirement to spend more targeted school funding on high-need students, these students fare far worse than overall district averages when it comes to several important indicators of academic progress and achievement. I brought a little brochure that illustrates the rates I'm about to go over for your review if a copy would be helpful. On college and career readiness indexes, the entire district has a very low preparedness rating. And yet all three high needs groups rate lower than the district's already low score, with foster youth and English learners especially being significantly less prepared for college and careers. For A through G completion, the courses required for admission to several universities, only about a third of students in this district graduate meeting those requirements, less if you're part of high need student groups. High need students take significantly fewer AP exams and are suspended at higher rates than the district's already very elevated suspension rate. Especially distressing is the suspension rate for foster youth is nearly 25%. That's 1 in every 4 students. These figures indicate a need for reconsideration of how supplemental and concentration grant funds are used in this district as the new plan is developed. Thank you.
I'd like to ask you, did you bring the brochures for us or?
I did. If you would like to see them there, I can hand them.
If you want to hand them to our, thank you very much.
For the audience as well, if anyone would like one, I'd be happy to provide it.
The next speaker, Rachel.
Eugene Hernandez.
I always find it amusing for you to read your riot act all the time before public comments. You know, we only meet once a month, yet you want to stifle the voices of parents. This Black parent and the Chicana parent, you have to cut off, like you don't want to hear them. You have this white supremacist mentality that we don't count. From the last meeting I saw, there was a lot of presentations about the sheriffs and their attitude and their behavior, and not one of you board members commented on that. At the last meeting, your school officials, the teachers made up a schedule, and not one of them bothered to ask the community how they felt about the school schedule. You know, you have a white supremacist type mentality. I see all your white teachers here that probably have never taken a Black studies or Chicano studies class, but who urgently can only teach when there's an armed man with a gun and a club down the hall. That's the only way they feel safe. You're out of touch, and we're going to remember your actions this coming June 7th when you're up for election, because you're failing this district. You're silencing parents, you're silencing community members, and your all-white teaching staff don't have an inkling. They don't teach empathy. They don't teach kindness. They don't teach respect for children of color. All they want to do is impose their white supremacist views and attitudes against children of color. And you are missing the boat. These students are going to speak to you. They have parents who vote, grandparents who vote, sisters and brothers who vote, and the speakers are also vote. I will remember you on June 7th for your inaction to the community. It's pure racism and white supremacist, your rules. You only meet once a month and you want to silence us with 20 minutes? Are you serious? You're really out of touch with the community.
Point of clarification, I was not at the last meeting, and you might have a bit of a problem trying to determine my ethnic background, but I wouldn't call me a white supremacist. The next one, please.
Vivian.
Thanks for standing behind me. I like you guys standing behind me. There I go again. Let me see what I was trying to say, because I tell you, it's just exciting when you come up in here, because you really don't know what to expect with all the people that don't remember things that's going on with this district. But that young man has said it like it is. But let me say this. I've had great experience with white, black, all kind of races. Like I say, I got some in me, all kind of stuff. And most of you got some of us in you as well. But let me say this. My thing about saying accountability, I'm so upset with the fact that you all know why I'm here and how I came. And to sit here and act like you don't get what people are saying about how teachers are still allowed to work and be employed. They go to court and lie under oath, under God. You guys know exactly what it is because some of you do it and you know that you do. And they've done that when they came after me for $20,000 because I stood up about those kids and my own, that many of those kids still, again, may have mental health issues. And I guess I'm saying that because I don't see none of you running to some of them, even though they graduated, to see where they are in life. Some people's kids, parents have passed away and a lot of other stuff, but you're not concerned with that. It's sad because Dr. Vieira's watch had all you all just bowing down. And when he was supposed to do something, it didn't happen. But guess what? He's still being recognized in here. And just like that man said, there is white supremacist stuff, different types of things like that. But not everybody is about that. Trust me. I got great friends. And some people say I got one black friend. I ain't got to worry about who I got because guess what? When you're talking about the mental health issue, because I can't even talk about this paperwork, what really pisses me off about everything is, I know what she's talking about, Dr. Ruffin, about this camp thing. If they started something back in 1999, you all know I was a probation officer, and I'm not going to act like you don't know. You done did your research, you done did your dirt on me, and you know, got your attorney that did it. That probably was Camp Kilpatrick out in Malibu. There's a lot of things that we do for kids. So when you talk about this issue about suicide watch and whatever, we've had to do that with our own kids because of you all on this board. You don't realize that. That's why I'm adamant. Our kids that played on that basketball team and kids that are all over, brown and black, and I've been learning, the NSLA and all the stuff that's going on, none of you ever step down that board and do like Dr. Ruffin come. Why is it the news always talking about Antelope Valley Union High School doesn't come out to do no spokesperson to speak, but you speak so happy here? Because you got your little vote. You got your majority now. Bob Davis said it like it was. Dr. Ruffin said it like it was. The kids of disparity and all the things that goes on. Go ahead and look at ProPublica. Look at NPR. Look at what the NSLA, the folks are saying. You guys are not doing your job about our black, brown kids and kids of lower section, our foster kids.
30
and
seconds.
I'm sick of it because you know what? We deal with it. Probation kids that get beat up and get discarded because you are in school. Send them somewhere where they don't need to be. This community schools and stuff, some of that stuff that looks really good that they're talking about, it's been going on, just got a different name. What you need to be doing is really checking your pockets and acting like how you could take money out of it and say, what are we really doing for these kids in this Antelope Valley? Because it's just a sad situation and you know it. So I'm gonna always keep speaking up. You guys give me something to speak about.
Time.
Diana Padilla.
Respond to your last question in my time. My principal, Dr. Grado, has been here at every single time I've addressed this. So, I mean, there's nothing else I can go later and talk to him about. He knows about this. And the sad part is that instead of fixing this mistake, you guys are going to give him a job at the district office. I mean, I know he's a board member with Westside Union High School District, so I don't know if this is a political move that you guys are protecting him, because this does not bring good image to him, right? So again, I want to talk to you about how you guys disrespect us parents. I mean, I shouldn't be here. I should be at home with my kids, right? But I'm here because you guys are not listening to us. Okay, I have had to file UCP complaints in regards to these issues, and some of them have still not been resolved. For example, the SELPA. I mean, you guys assigned a SELPA rep, which didn't go through the process like I did, and you discriminated against me, and you chose someone else, right? I guess because you thought that I was not going to be fit to be a representative. Now, I do see that you guys add people to this agenda to come and speak in regards to, for example, the CSEA. Why don't you add a section for parents? You should be adding a section for parents so that I can come here and speak slowly like I do and talk to you about the problems that we're seeing in our schools. Why don't you want that? I don't understand. Why don't you want that? But yet you have all of these unions given a spot in your agenda to speak about other adult issues. You don't want to hear the issues that our children are facing because our children are the most important thing for us, the parents, not the unions. It's us, the parents. So you're definitely going to the
30 seconds.
wrong persons there. So when I talked about the nice presentation, I mean, I do like the presentation, but we don't see it at our school sites. That's the concern we have. We don't see it at our school sites. So that's something our principals should be working on. Thank you.
John Fost.
Evening, everyone else. Today I'm here to talk to you about something that went down in Lancaster High School. On April 27th, 2022, at around 3 p.m., I witnessed a fight break out in the entrance area of Lancaster High School. Now, it was two boys that got into an altercation. There were no real punches thrown, but then again, it was like, they grappled, etc. And there was a circle of people around them, as is customary with school fights. Security intervened, obviously, that's their job. And also there was also a deputy in place, but he came in later. One of the security lost their glasses, like they wear glasses, and they lost them in the struggle. That's the only real loss here, I believe so. Meanwhile, the fight was happening. There were two girls arguing at the same time. By the time the deputy got there, he brought the patrol, and one of the girls was in the car. Not the boys, because one of them ran away or something, but one of the girls that they were just shouting. That's it. That was their only crime. Now, the point of this anecdote is to, no, wait, I skipped on one part. After they were in the car and everything was subsided, basically, nothing was happening anymore, another 5 patrols rolled in for no reason. They were just there taking space when there was a school bus that wanted to pass through. Now, the point of this anecdote is to illustrate how the overreaction of the police force when it comes to small things like this is harmful or inconvenient at the very least. The officers that were driving the 5 extra cars all had guns and batons. The police officers naturally have one. And that's kind of, I don't know, but it's scary, how they can get. As a side note, one of my friends also told me that a teacher inside the school had used the N-word before. It's like a recurrent thing, whenever we see his car, it's a Volkswagen, by the way, it's like, he brings it up. And the school hasn't really done anything about that. And I believe it should, because saying the N-word is not acceptable. 30 under any seconds. Circumstance. I believe that would be all. Thank you.
Would you, you recited, I'm sorry, several incidences. Did you want to talk to a staff member about those specific incidences?
What a joke. I think you've already
No?
heard a lot of that.
Okay.
Raquel Derfler.
Good evening. I'm Raquel Derfler, and I am a parent from Palmdale, California. So basically what I'd like to read tonight into the record is an article that was published on May 5th of this year from the Antelope Valley Times, and it does have to do with an incident that happened last summer at Lancaster High School. So a lawsuit was filed on behalf of a teenage girl who was allegedly body slammed by a school resource sheriff's deputy at Lancaster High School in 2021 and later mocked by the deputy when she returned to school. The plaintiff is identified only as Jane Doe 1 in the Los Angeles Superior Court lawsuit brought Wednesday, May 4th against Los Angeles County, the Sheriff's Department, Deputy Daniel Aquilano, and the Antelope Valley Union High School District. The complaint allegations include civil rights violations, assault, battery, false arrest, aiding and abetting assault and battery, negligence, negligent hiring, supervision, retention, training and education, intentional infliction of emotional distress and harassment based on race, sex, and disability. Doe seeks seeks damages against all of the defendants as well as punitive damages against that officer. The LASD previously released a statement explaining that the Doe, the girl, physically resisted the detention, and so the deputy used force to take her into custody. An Antelope Valley Union High School District representative did not immediately reply to a request for a comment. The incident was recorded on video and occurred last August 30th at Lancaster High School when the girl, then 16, refused the deputy's request to hand over her cell phone and began walking away, the suit states. After slamming her down, he straddles her face down on the ground while she is screaming to call her mom, the suit states. The video captures school personnel standing around watching the incident, failing to intervene. Doe remained face down on the ground for several minutes, pinned and straddled by the deputy, the suit states. Horrified and in shock, Jane Doe repeatedly screamed, "He get off of her and do not touch her," the suit states. Jane Doe continued pleading to be allowed to call her mother throughout the assault, but was denied the opportunity to do so. Doe was taken nearly 50 miles away to the juvenile detention center in Sylmar. Her mother was never notified to have her picked it up. So now I'm going to kind of hurry it up a little. When she returned to school on September 3rd, that same resource officer continued to engage in highly inappropriate contact by mocking, teasing, and harassing her over the attack. So basically, to summarize, she ended up doing independent study because it was no longer a safe environment for her to be. And that's all I have to say. I just wanted the public and the other families and the board to know about what's occurred. Thank you.
Time.
Hal Steinberg.
Hello, board. So my name is Hal Steinberg. I've spoken to you many times as a community member. So I'm going to try to tie in a couple of things that have been stated today. And I speak to you as a white male who's one of the most powerful people, or as a white male in society, right? So, and I think it's important to present that way. When the presentation that was said earlier about the mental health efforts in the community schools in the community sounds on the face of it like it's a really good program. And it is probably going to be a good program in many ways. But the problem, the question I need to ask you is who is running that program? If school police are involved in that program as an example. So let's say a student comes to a school psychologist and is then referred to DCFS. What is the surveillance around that? Are the police involved in that process? Is that potentially going to break up a family? Because that's an issue that also happens. It's not just the mental health of the student as an individual, it's also the mental health of the entire family and then the entire community that family is a part of. And when the police are involved in that process, that disrupts that family and community as a totality. So then we also look at the closing of a school, and I'm going to tie this into the question about white supremacy in this district as a white person. The closing of the school of Palmdale Prep. So on the face of it, we could say that that's just enrollment, correct? And I rarely actually find anything in common with Karen, but on this, I actually, as a former classified union rep, I actually understand what she's talking about. Because when you're closing down schools, Palmdale Prep as a school serves the community on Q and 25th. That community is very different than SOAR or Knight. So when you close a school like that, What is that indicative of? That's indicative of a lack of care about the people in the poorest communities of color in this community, in the Antelope Valley. So as a total, once again, we can say, well, it's just enrollment or it's just, people not wanting to go to the school. But what are you as white leaders in this community? How are you truly engaging with the community? Are you listening to the stakeholders in this community? Not just taking random polls or or slight studies, but actually going out and talking to community members. We all have many different understandings of what police mean, but if the system is run where it's not culturally relevant, when teachers, when staff are not listening to the students, when things like N-words are being spoken by staff in this district, that is clearly an issue that is deeper than
30
just any
seconds.
small thing going on. So once again, think about that as staff members, think about that as leaders of this district. I know you're trying to do your best in your own mind, but I think a lot of the community has questions. And the people who don't sign up for a school, that shows that you have not done enough to outreach to them and talk to them about why that school is important. So thank you.
Christian Green.
Ms. Nguyen, just want to make you aware that there are 30 seconds left.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I can get it done in 30 seconds, but I would prefer 3 minutes if that's possible, please. She said it? Okay, yeah, we're good to go, Denise?
Pardon?
Are we good to go? I'm asking, I'm waiting on y'all.
Oh, no. Oh, yes. I'm
okay.
sorry. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I didn't.
Okay, a little confused. All right, good evening, everyone. Greetings, Christian Green again with Council of the Contract, professor at Antelope Valley College. I don't even know where to begin with this one. Tonight is very interesting. Also, you heard a lot of different statements from various community folks, and it's kind of, what is it? Heartbreaking that we're still here, reporting the same data and the same facts over and over again. And it seems like it's not being listened to. So, I pray, just like, some of our pastors in this community, when we think about going out into the community, we have to be very intentional about involving those that are always marginalized and not really thought of. So in the Gospel of Luke, the parable is as follows. He told them this parable: which of you men, if you had 100 sheep and lost one of them, wouldn't leave the 99 in the wilderness and go after that one that was lost until he found it? And when he has found it, he carries it on his shoulders, rejoicing. I just want to acknowledge the fact of the advocacy work that Council of the Contract has done, specifically for those that are really often overlooked. We have all the data, we have all the facts. You heard from our NSLA lawyer in regards to just, the misallocation of funding, where people are misplaced and not really looked at. The reason why I bring up that parable is because on field trips. It is great that we can send people all across the nation, but what about those that do have behavioral issues? What about those that you may be deemed as bad or as, not redeemable, or, how do we actually bring that into the conversation? So that is what Council of the Contract has been able to do. And I see that we are like acknowledging like all these buzzwords, behavioral strategies, social skills. We have the student support centers, we have community schools. And that's because of the advocacy that Council of the Contract has done, because it has placed it at this table. And it's okay. We're not the bad people at the end of the day. I say thank you. I say I appreciate it because it is actually making things happen. Shout out to the Independent City. I appreciate that I was a guest speaker in 2020. Just like I was over there, I'm going to be speaking here as well for the rest of the year, because at the end of the day, we have to advocate for those, as our students. Matthew is up here, right?
Seconds.
And thank you. Okay. And so it is okay to be wrong, school board. We are not the enemy. Council of the Contract. Our kids are suffering. Our kids have behavioral problems. Our children has environmental problems. Just because we say the opposite of what you do not want us to hear does not make us bad people. And so I'm so glad that the county has voted to put more oversight on police on campuses, which will essentially remove your control over campus police officers. So thank you. Have a good day.
Just real quick point of clarification. First time I ever met Mr. Green was at Independent City, and I thought that you gave a powerful speech, and you seem to resonate with the students in the audience, so thank you for that.
Madam President, that has exceeded the 20-minute time limit.
How many more people do we have left?
Have one more speaker.
Pardon me?
One more.
Oh, one more. Yes, please.
Angelique Woods.
No time, right? Or do you want me to run it?
From the Freedom Art Squad, and I'm here to talk about why we absolutely do not need police authority on school campuses. Kids of color and kids who look like me shouldn't be afraid to walk into where they go to learn that something's going to happen to them by police authority. There are so many kids who just want to learn, and they're being attacked or being misread as bad kids, or they, like they said, have behavioral issues because of their skin color. And the funds that we're using for these police authority on school campus grounds could be used for so many other things. Field trips, we could be using them for upgrade classrooms, new books, new counselors that actually care about the students' well-being than doing it for the money. I, as a Black woman, am scared to just walk out of my house, let alone being scared to walk into school where I go to learn. Thank you.
Thank you. That include our comments?
Yes, that was it.
Okay. All righty. Moving on to item 7, which is educational services action items. Items 7A, 7B, and 7C are curriculum guides for the board to receive for review as a first read. If there's any discussion on those, we will not be voting on those 3, but just for review. Does anybody have any questions, concerns?
Yes, I had something that I would like to add to this. I didn't see exactly where either of these fell under the A through G requirements. I see where it says VAPA, but I don't see the University of California credit. And I've noticed that about several of our classes, and I'm wondering how intentional we are when we're creating these class descriptions and curriculum, when in fact we have 2/3 of our graduating class every year that are not on A through G requirements. So, it's our responsibility as board members to pay attention to this. And I'm seeing a lot of electives, but I don't see where this is checked off in area 9 as a University of California subject area credit for either one.
Dr. Ruffin, in order to qualify for A through G, a course must be 80% theoretical with 20% applied. These are all hands-on classes or majority applied, therefore they don't qualify. There are usually courses within the course progression of the pathway that are A through G, but a lot of our capstone courses do not meet the A through G requirement due to the amount of hands-on work versus theoretical.
That's fine, but I would like for you to pay more attention and get more A through G courses to more of our students, the 2/3 that are not prepared to go to college.
Any other comments? If not, I'd like to just thank Teresa Howard and Shelby Green and Hannah Lewis. I'd like to actually thank all of the teachers that take the time to come up with additional classes for our students to engage in. Thank you. All right, item 8, personal services action item, Antelope Valley Union High School District / AVTA collective bargaining MOU regarding home teaching. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve this agreement with AVTA as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Pearl and a second by Ms. McGrady. Any discussion? Hearing none, we will now vote. Student Board Member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Burrell?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Aye.
And Ms. Nguyen is an aye as well. Motion passes 5-0 with our student board member recommending a yes vote. Item B, Antelope Valley Union High School District AVTA collective bargaining MOU regarding unit modification, speech and language pathologist. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the agreement with AVTA as presented. May I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
Was that? Amanda, did you?
Mhm.
Ms. Pearl made the motion and Ms. McGrady seconded. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll call for the vote. Student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Pearl,
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin,
Yes.
Ms. McGrady,
Aye.
Mr. Rush,
Aye.
and Ms. Nguyen is an aye as well. Motion passes 5-0 with our student board member voting yes. School site safety plans. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the school site safety plans as presented. May I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion by Ms. Pearl and a second by Ms. McGrady. Discussion.
Yes, there's discussion.
Yes, Dr. Ruffin?
You know, I'm really concerned about Mrs. Padilla's complaints. I remember very thoroughly her discussing the depth of her concerns. I think it was about 3 board meetings ago. And I read through the safety plans, and to be honest with you, almost all of them look exactly the same, other than just the different routes and maps, you know. I think that what is aligned in our student plan, safety plan, is definitely a culture of harm and not one that's really looking at all of the things that were discussed about the remedies for intervention. I don't know why the school safety plan doesn't even showcase a lot of the interventions. I am concerned that, you know, if she's comparing that from her complaints, we actually move backwards. How much are we really giving this? Like, what can somebody explain to me as a board member? What is the process for going through this student plan? Is there a team? Are parents involved in this discussion? Because it sounds like we just hire somebody, they revamp whatever, and then it's just a done data. So I would like some clarity on that.
It's always been my understanding that the school site safety plans, we had basically a template which made them look a little bit more alike. Is that correct?
Ms. Nguyen, yeah, that's correct. The template, I'm sorry. The template is based on requirements within Ed Code of what needs to be in that school site safety plan. And so there is that template. I know there was a concern about something that was dated 1990. That was an original date for that original policy. Those have been updated, and the most recent ones that we're using right now is from 2014. But the note of the original approval was 1990. But there were multiple iterations of that throughout the years. But yes, according to your question, it is a template. It is a template in regards to what is required to be in those school site safety plans.
And Mr. Neal, did you get a chance? You know, I might be addressing, I thought her last name was Garcia, but maybe it's not. But Padilla, is that her last name?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak with her?
I have not, no.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
Would you mind reaching out?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. Mr. Martinez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Burrell?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay. Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Aye.
And Ms. Nguyen is an aye as well. So the motion passes 4 yes and 1 abstain, with our student board member recommending a yes vote. Item D, approval employment agreement for deputy superintendent. The board will be considering a contract of employment for Shandlin Williams as the deputy superintendent, student support services, effective July 1st, 2022. The recommended compensation is summarized as follows. The annual base salary at range 1, deputy superintendent, step 2, 12 on the cabinet salary schedule, 24 vacation days annually, and district paid health and welfare benefits for deputy superintendent and eligible dependent. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the employment agreement for deputy superintendent. May I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion by Ms. Pearl and a second by Ms. Brady. Any discussion?
Yes, thank you so much. So there's been a lot of talk about things that are out of touch. A parent mentioned that in public comments. I believe Ms. Padilla also related to that with the 1990 version of the plan. And I just want to have some discussion around this. I interfaced with Superintendent Nehan in regards to when did this conversation come about the deputy superintendent. And the response that I got back today said that the position was originally approved by the board on August 15th, 1979. I was 4 years old when that discussion happened. It's been hundreds of, I'm over exaggerating. It's been many boards since 1979 that we had this discussion for a need of a deputy superintendent. So I have a few questions. I'm looking for answers from Mr. Nehan. Has the district ever had a deputy superintendent, and under what condition? Those are my first ones.
So yes, the district has had a deputy superintendent in the past. Under the conditions in the past, I am not aware. I do want to go back and state that the board originally approved the job description for deputy superintendent in 1979.
That's what I said. So thank you. So now let me go a little bit further. Now more than ever has the abusive power that's shown its face in the Antelope Valley Union High School District. The past December, the board majority voted their friend and savior, and I'm going to get to that, supporting their need to maintain this in-house power structure at the expense of what is needed for our most deserving students of this district. We missed out on prime talent, not just people who could step into a title of equity position like we created, individuals who had the experience, the commitment, and evidence of creating and improving inter-school cultures with the best outcomes for student achievement. I am specific when I say survivor. And I'm saying this because of the view that Mr. Nehan shared during his interview, that he was there to repair the harm. He mentioned people, quote unquote, who worked for the district were afraid for their jobs and basically were or are expecting with his hire that things in the district would mirror the leadership of Dr. Vieira. The systematic oppression, abusive power structures won, and they won with a huge spotlight on this district. Thanks to many people leaning in to the data like we saw today about the decades of underrepresentation and excessive suspensions and expulsions of Black youth that make up roughly 14% of the overall population, and also those kids that are impacted in our LCAP, our foster youth. Now, on the backs of government funds and taxpayers' dollars, we are asked to make up for his deficit, because I don't even understand why we need a deputy superintendent. And you can just explain it. The poor decision of this board majority and their ability to want to pay another individual to help out our current superintendent do his job is ludicrous. when we had the ability to hire one person that was well equipped to do it. I am totally against this abuse of district's funding. This cabinet takes up over $1 million. I asked for that too. This position is $201,000, 651. We have other positions that are coming up right after this, $193,000 a year, $189,000 a year, $169,000 a year. What are we paying for? So the board requests and the cabinet presentations are not often delivered to the board in a timely manner with sufficient time to review pertinent information that impacts our students, families, and our ability to make decisions for our staff. And we have 5 cabinet people, and now we're adding more top heavy at the top for management. Here's what I do know. I know Ms. Williams is an outstanding educator. She leads with a balanced lens and one from integrity. It was under her leadership for 4 months that I've been the most informed about her actions, her scope, and approach to dealing with daily matters in our district. Her collaborative energy is what is needed in this community, and this is the leadership that we need. But she would be a deputy superintendent, and still, knowing and getting to know Mrs. Williams, I did not vote for her to even be the interim. And why did I not vote for her to be the interim? Because of the systemic issues in this district. We had a leader who led for 24 years, the same person, and she would have had to step into that. I really strongly felt then that we needed somebody to come in at least for a year to deal with these audits, to get this stuff straight, to really somebody that's not a part of this system. But that's not what we got. So the corruption would not fall under her. So I'm voting no on this current assignment, even though she is qualified to deliver, because it simply is not a good use of our public and government dollars. Didn't somebody just ask the question about that? Is this board majority saying they made a mistake? Sure they are. Where is the superintendent's current accountability? We done passed 90 days, we passed 120 days, we passed 150 days. There has been no update. Usually as top management, there's a report out on what you did in your first 90 days and so forth. And the board has not asked. In December, I laid out expectations that should have been considered by this board to direct our superintendent toward educational pathways with a new vision and mission nestled in levels of accountability. They're not here. So this is supposed to be our job. This is supposed to be our one employee. Nope, we're not a problem solving board. Nope, that's not what we have here. This is business as usual at the expense and the academic success of our students. So those are my comments in regards to this position.
Okay, just point of clarification. When I first worked with the district in 2001, Ray Monty was the deputy superintendent to the superintendent, Dr. Girolamo. Jeff Foster was the deputy superintendent to David Vieira for a number of years and I believe Tim Azevedo was the deputy, so maybe I'm wrong, I can't remember exactly, but deputy superintendent has existed throughout the history of this Antelope Valley Union High School District. And I have to tell you that I don't find anything wrong personally with having 2 people that are helping our district move forward. I have found that in the past, working with Mr. Monte and Mr. Foster and Mr. Azevedo as well, that when the superintendent is not in town at a conference or something like that, it does come in very handy to have somebody to go to with an urgent request or a concern. That's my opinion, but
Thank you, Ms. Wynn. I want to add one more thing too. You know, I hear that, but there's still no justification under the current conditions. We're in a pandemic. We've lost a number of students like other school district has across LA County. I'm not even talking about the nation. And we can afford $200,000 extra. How about answering Ms. White's concern? How about having some classified employees, the essential people of this district, along with our counselors, be compensated? Because what I'm experiencing as a board member is every single board meeting. Oh, sorry, Dr. Ruffin, we couldn't get the information to you in time. Oh, sorry, Dr. Ruffin, we couldn't get it. I mean, if you're not doing the work anyway, and it's our classified staff, why would you not use this $200,000 to pay them? Dr. Vieira was in leadership for 24 years. He didn't have it. So what was the decision around this? Just to compensate for his deficit. When we hired an outside company to come in November with amazing candidates. And one of the top people, this is not even about race, was a white man. That was amazing. So this is what the community is saying, and this is what you guys failed to hear, because it's just all about what's going to line your pockets for your nepotism and your cronyism and to substantiate what you're doing in this district. And it's wrong. You guys failed. You made a mistake. The board majority made a mistake. You did. And that's what this hire says.
Okay, I'm going to have to speak after all. I wasn't going to, but that is absolutely not true. We are not saying we made a mistake. If you think back to last fall when Ms. Williams was an interim superintendent, Mr. Nehan was an interim deputy superintendent. So we've had that on the books. This is not saying we don't trust you, Mr. Nehan. And actually, if you would come to closed session, we had a very good conversation about this job and who should have it and why we're having it. Ms. Williams, I think that we believe in you and you're going to be a wonderful deputy superintendent. And Mr. Nehan, this in no way reflects on what we feel about you and your ability. Thank you.
I would like to address one other thing as far as updates. I ask for updates all the time. Dr. Ruffin, you're welcome to do as well. And I do come in and get an update on what's going on, what's happening, and answers to my concerns. Mr. Nehan always has made himself available to that as well as the rest of cabinet. So you are welcome to do that as well. Do we have any more discussion on?
I have a question.
Yes, Mr.
Yes. Yeah, I thought I heard Dr. Ruffin say that this was going to cost $200,000, an additional $200,000. First of all, did I hear you correctly there, Dr. Ruffin?
Yes, I hear right here. So to answer Ms. Wynn, because I'm not having a conversation with her, I was talking to Mr. Nehan.
Okay.
Obviously, I got the information and I had it sent out to all of the board members. If you would look at the email that came out today at 12:04, it says the salaries of the proposed compensation for deputy superintendent is $201,651. Assistant superintendent of business is $193,032. Assistant superintendent of personnel services, $189,228. Assistant superintendent of ed services is $169,202 for a grand total of $753,113. It's almost a little bit under $1 million. It's not even including the superintendent's salary, which takes it over $1 million. I said what I said.
Okay. All right. No, my question is that true, or are we just elevating her from her current position and giving her a pay raise that's different, where it's not really costing $200,000? Could somebody speak to that?
That's correct, Mr. Rush. The assistant superintendent currently receives a salary. This is in addition to that salary by approximately $10,000.
Okay, so it's a 10. So I'm still talking. So to increase her, to make her a deputy superintendent and make her basically, I guess that would be second in charge. It's going to cost us $10,000 and not $200,000. That's correct?
That is correct.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank God I had Calculus 3 in college, because I do believe we still have the same three positions: ed services, personnel services, and superintendent of business services, right? Those are, and the person that is taking Ms. Williams' place just got hired. So those are the three positions. This is an added position of 201,000. I know what I'm talking about. Do the math.
Okay, first, Ms. Williams is not being replaced. The new one that's being hired was Dr. Grado, who is taking Mr. Nehan's old seat. So these three positions that you're saying are all new ones are not. These, there is one person moving into a seat in a new position, but the positions have still been there. These are not new positions. No one is taking over Ms. Williams' job.
Not yet, the student services one, not yet.
So yeah, I think we're getting a bargain with, I'm sorry.
I was saying call for the question.
Before we call for the question, you started.
I'm sorry, I just think we're getting a bargain because she's gonna take on additional duties for less than $1,000 a month. I think that's and continue to do her current job. I think that'll be a plus and a win for us. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Martinez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Pearl? Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
No.
Brady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Aye.
And Ms. Nguyen is an aye as well. Motion passes 4 ayes and 1 no, with our student board member recommending a yes vote. Item E, approval of employment agreement for Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. The board will be considering a contract of employment for Brian Hawkins as the Assistant Superintendent Business Services effective July 1st, 2022. The recommended compensation is summarized as follows. Annual base salary at range 2, Assistant Superintendent, step 14 on the cabinet salary schedule. 24 days of vacation, district paid health and welfare benefits for the Assistant Superintendent and any eligible dependents. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the employment agreement for Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. May I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Perrell and a second by Ms. McGrady. Discussion? Just to let you know, this is something that happens. We have to approve their contracts on a regular basis, not yearly, but regular. And so this is a normal course of business for every school district in the state of California.
These contracts are also public knowledge, if anybody in the community wanted to get a copy of them as well.
Any other discussion? Anybody else? Okay, hearing none, we will call for the vote. Student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Perrell? Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
No.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Aye.
And Ms. Nguyen is an aye as well, so the motion passes 4 yeses and 1 no, with our student board member advising a yes vote. Item F, approval of employment agreement for Assistant Superintendent Educational Services. The board will be considering a contract of employment for Christopher Grado as the Assistant Superintendent Educational Services effective July 1st, 2022. It's recommended that the compensation is summarized as follows. The annual base salary range to Assistant Superintendent step 2 on the cabinet salary schedule, 24 vacation days annually, and district paid health and welfare benefits for Assistant Superintendent and eligible dependents. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the employment agreement for Assistant Superintendent Educational Services. May I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Terrell and a second by Ms. McGrady. May I have any discussion?
Yes, Ms. Wynn, there is discussion. So regarding Mr. Grado for the new superintendent position, I've been talked with by numerous parents over the past 3.5 years. And I have to say a large number of the concerns have come from Highland High School. Teachers are afraid of working conditions and retaliation. Parents are concerned about students not getting adequate courses for college, placement, safety issues that you've heard today, issues with SPED students. I've received anonymous letters that I sent to Dr. Vieira about inappropriateness that parents have witnessed from staff at the school. It has been a list of things. I've attended a few of the African-American parent meetings that have recently come about as, I don't really know this purpose of it. I guess it was a call from us hiring this equity position. Still don't see the accountability piece, but nevertheless, the level of fear on all levels is concerning. And this is a district leadership problem, not a school-based problem, might I add. In addition to that, I have witnessed success in this space as well. And sadly, the suspensions and the expulsions here at this specific site is nothing to ring home about. During one of the presentations, it was overwhelming discussion about what was happening and what was not happening. I am concerned about the ways in which students and families have experienced Highland High School and what this promotion means for Mr. Grado moving to the next level with such lack of success. Next, I'm going to address this corruption issue in the district. It is something that I've talked about to a great deal, as well as have spent time corresponding to city attorney's office, county council, expressing my concerns, the DOJ, like I've said before, to look at what's going on in this district. The nepotism and cronyism is alive and it's well. This is what I heard from the community and people who are well connected in your group, because I'm not a part of this group, that Mr. Grado's wife receives lucrative contracts for her dry cleaning business, where she gets contracts from our districts to clean athletic teams' uniforms. That concerns me. I mean, one of the parents, it's just interesting how our community is open to understanding these things and nothing happens from this board. Previously, Dr. Vieira shared about this issue that I just discussed. He said that he did not believe that it was a conflict. So I beg to differ. In every corner, our students are losing because they are not afforded the most qualified people to be able to look after their needs. And I'm tired of hearing we don't have candidates. We do not, have people that are applying. That's foolish. I done had so many people hit me up about positions they've applied for here. And what I've heard from this cabinet is we hire based off of who the teachers are and what schools they went to. That's why y'all going out to Alabama to recruit people when we got schools like USC, UCLA, Northridge, Loyola Marymount that has amazing educators that don't have a problem coming to the Antelope Valley. And I saw that in our pool of candidates who did not have a problem coming here for a job. This is not a community issue. This is a school district issue that we're dealing with, and the nepotism and cronyism needs to stop.
Mr. Nehan, it's my understanding, I was not at the last board meeting, but this was voted on at the last board meeting. Is that correct? We're not voting on who gets to be the assistant superintendent of Ed Services.
That's correct. At the last meeting, Dr. Grado was appointed to the position.
Okay.
This is just ratification of the contract.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion?
I have something to say. I live in that district. I meet people there every day, and they'll tell you that I haven't had anybody talk bad about Chris Grado, whether it be people that are in the West Side School District or people that are attending Highland. That's not to say that there aren't people that have complaints. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I talk to people on a regular basis, and they're very complimentary of the job that he's doing in both positions. So, you know, if we're going to talk bad about people, we got to say the good stuff too. So,
Anyone else have any discussion? I have.
It's not even gonna, I'm just gonna ask you something just real quick. It's nothing to disturb you. I just wonder, like, some of these subject matters that are being read right now, like this and Grado and all the other stuff, does it only require that a parent or a community only speak on one agenda and one non-agenda items? Because there's so much that's involved with you all needing to know, like just Rush just said, you want the good side of Grado. He probably do got a good side. I'm not, but we don't get to say anything because we get two topics.
I'm sorry, is somebody talking? Because I can't hear anything.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Any way to have a parent be able to speak more than two subject matters?
Mr. You know, Miss Vivian, actually, if you want to, and I know you appreciate talking to Rachel, she can answer your question for you.
I always talk to her. You're the board president, so I figured you would be able to say to me, we should probably have more topics to speak about because they're very, very good.
No, there isn't a limit.
Madam
There isn't a
President,
limit.
I can have staff reach out to clarify for that.
Okay. Okay. You know, this gets involved in when we talk about the Brown Act and the law and as a board, we try to be stewards of the law as well. But your question is a good one, and I want you to get an answer for it.
I appreciate that.
Okay. Let's just call for the vote. Student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
No.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Yes.
And Ms. Nguyen is a yes vote as well, so the motion passes 4 yeses and 1 no, with our student board member advising a yes vote. All right. Approval of employment agreement for assistant superintendent personnel services. The board will be considering a contract of employment for Brett Neal as the assistant superintendent personnel services effective July 1st, 2022. The recommended compensation is summarized as follows: annual base salary at range 2, assistant superintendent step 11 on the cabinet salary schedule, 24 vacation days annually, and district paid health and welfare benefits for assistant superintendent and eligible dependents. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the employment agreement for assistant superintendent personnel services. May I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Perrell, a second by Ms. McGrady. Any discussion? Hearing none. I will call for the vote. Student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
No.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Aye.
Ms. Nguyen is an aye vote as well, so the motion passes 4 yeses, 1 no, with a student board member recommending a yes vote. Item number 9 is business services action item, resolution number 2021-22-34, intent to grant an easement to Southern California Edison and call for public hearing on said dedication. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt this resolution stating its intent to grant an easement and right-of-way to Southern California Edison and to call a public hearing on June 13th, 2022 pursuant to the Education Code in this matter. May I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion is made by Ms. Perrell and the second was made by Ms. McGrady. Any discussion? Okay, having a motion and a second, we will call for the vote. Student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Perrell,
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin,
Yes.
Ms. McGrady,
Aye.
Mr. Rush.
Yes.
Ms. Nguyen is a yes vote as well, and so the motion passes 5-0 with our student board member recommending a yes vote. Up item number 10, approve consent agenda. Approve items listed in the following consent agenda categories: educational services, student services, personnel services, business services, and administrative services. Actions proposed for the consent agenda are items consistent with adopted policies and approved practices of the district and are deemed routine in nature. The board will be asked to approve all of the items on the consent agenda by a single vote unless any member of the board asks that an item may be removed from the consent agenda to be considered and discussed separately. It's recommended the Board of Trustees approve the items listed in the following consent agenda categories: educational services, student services, personnel services, business services, and administrative services as presented. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Perrell and a second by Ms. McGrady. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Ms. Nguyen. I want to pull several items.
Okay, for vote or discussion or vote?
As I go through each one of them, I'll say which ones are which.
Okay.
For 11E as in Edwards, policy 4030 is for discussion.
I'm sorry, Dr. Ruffin, could you repeat that?
Yes, sir. 11E, which is the policy 4030 is just for discussion.
Thank you.
13B is all salaries are indefinite is the overall theme. That's for vote and discussion.
I'm sorry, hold on just a second.
No worries.
Okay, I'm ready.
13B as in boy.
Yes,
You already have that one, vote and discussion.
yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. 14D as in David. It's public property for auction. It's for discussion and vote.
Okay,
14K, which is 2204078 US Bank. Airline tickets, $25,000 That's just for discussion.
discussion, okay.
And 15A is the agenda from last board meeting 420. That's for vote.
Okay, is that it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. As usual, I have one that I would like to pull in, that's 14A. For discussion only. Anybody else? Hearing none, let's go with the ones that you just wanted to discuss first, you and the one that I picked as well. And that was K, 14K, is that correct?
The first one was 11E, policy 4030.
Oh, okay, all right, and that's just discussion only?
Yes, did you want to go ahead and vote on the rest of the consent and then do this, or how do you want to do that?
The ones that you just want to discuss, we'll go ahead and do that and then vote and then pull the other ones separately.
Thank you for the clarity. So for 11E, it is the educational services to adopt proposed revisions to board policy and administrative regulations for personnel services from CSBA's March 2022 recommended updates. I found this to be a very interesting policy, and it's definitely in alignment with what we're supposed to be doing as board members. I wanted to bring to the attention of our staff to please tune into this board policy. It's talking about non-discrimination in the employment practices, concentrated action for work stoppage, I found some of the language to be very supportive in the concerns and these ideas that people are saying they're fearing, coming to talk to the district about different things that they have concerns about. So one of the things, for example, it says the district is required to do so in this order, taking of adverse employment actions such as termination or denial of employment, promotion, job assignments, and trainings. It's just very thorough about what your rights are as an employee and basically giving you some protective rights so you don't have to be fearful of coming and expressing your concerns about different things. And so I just really wanted to highlight policy 4030, which is non-discrimination in the employment workspace.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have any discussion they want to share? No. Okay. And you had one other for discussion only.
14K.
Actually,
14K, yes, thank you, Miss McGrady. So 14K, I asked Mr. Nehan, and thank you for getting this to the board about what was that expense for. And I'm so happy to see that $25,000 went to our students who are well deserving of these opportunities. And I'm looking forward to approving more of these opportunities for our students that have definitely been hit by this unprecedented pandemic. We have in our community, in our world, over 1 million people, I think it was 1 million people have died from COVID. And I'm quite sure that those effects are showing up in our school spaces as well. So I was happy to see that this $25,000 went to airline tickets for some well-deserving students in our district.
okay, thank you. And then 14A was a discussion only that was pulled by myself. And it concerns business services donations. And I think this is the longest list of donations to our students that I've seen in a long time. And I hope that these individuals understand how much we appreciate their generosity and how much this goes towards enriching the lives of our students. So I always appreciate their donations. So, all right. Now the other items that Dr. Ruffin had pulled would be for a vote as well. So we're going to vote on the consent agenda items minus. Does somebody want to make a motion? Do we need a motion then for that? So, okay. It would be the entire consent agenda minus item 13B, 15A, and 13D. Is that correct, Dr. Ruffin?
Sorry about that, Ms. Wynn. It's 13B as in boy, 14D as in David, and 15A for vote. And
yes, okay. And 15A. Okay, and we'll take those separately. I'm going to call for the vote then on the rest of the consent agenda. Mr. Martinez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Pearl?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
yes.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Aye.
Ms. Wynn is an aye as well, and so the motion passes by 5 yeses, a vote of 5-0, with our student board member recommending a yes vote. Okay. So going to, do you want these done individual votes or?
Yes, please. There's some discussion around too. So
Okay.
for 13B,
Yes.
do we have to, never mind. Mr. Nehan sent out today a declaration of indefinite salaries, and he wrote out a paragraph, but I'm just wondering, Mr. Nehan, if you or one of your cabinet members can just verbally kind of go over what this means in relationship to salaries and contracts and trigger points for back pay and so forth.
Mr. Nehan, do you want me to? Okay.
Yes, please.
Dr. Ruffin, this is Brett Neal. I'll be happy to answer that for you. This is basically a procedural action that the board takes annually. It gives us the ability to continue negotiating with our labor groups for potential compensation discussions and potential increases as well. Once we get past June 30th, we're into a new fiscal year. So if we do not come to tentative agreements on compensation until after that, sometime in the summer, sometime in the fall, this allows us to go back and then retro pay our labor groups for those months in which the salary would be beneficial to them. Back to July 1.
Thank you. If anybody else has any questions about it, I'm ready to vote on that one. Thank you for the explanation.
You're welcome.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Motion by Ms. McGrady, a second by Ms. Perrell. Student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Aye.
And Ms. Nguyen is an aye as well. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to item D.
14D. This was
Oh.
another question. 14D.
Yes.
So this was the sale of the property. Mr. Meehan, thank you again for responding to this for the board as well. I think my question is in regards to based off of the 7-Eleven committee's recommendation, it was said that it was given to a previous board to pass the resolution to declare property 44811 Sierra Highway and 548 Lancaster Boulevard as surplus properties. And I see the date as November 14, 2018, when that specific board made that decision. And I'm just wondering, at what point does the current board interface with this 7-Eleven committee to see, to talk about things that might have changed, or when are we updated on that, and it's not very clear with just to say we're selling this property. I don't know how often that 7-Eleven committee recommendation is supposed to be updated, but this is almost 3.5 years old. So I just wanted some clarity on that.
Dr. Ruffin, this is Brian Hawkins. This item specifically on 14D does not relate to real property sales. This relates to surplus property and equipment that we are going to auction off. This would be for whether it be a golf cart, a computer, a Chromebook, things like that. What you're asking for has to do with real property, and that is not what this item D is requesting.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, because what I saw here is just that the board passed a resolution to declare two properties, 44811 Sierra Highway and 548 Lancaster, as surplus properties during the open session meeting in November 14, 2018. And it doesn't have any mention in this response to this agreement for 14D is of the selling of the like you just said, the computers and different things like that. So it's not very clear, but thank you for the clarification. So what you're saying is for 14D, this is for whatever the furniture or amenities is what we're selling.
Absolutely. There are lists attached, and you can see that there's some, if some equipment is obsolete, we have like a clay extruder, we have a Minuteman Power Boss sweeper. This is equipment that is that we've had to replace because it is now unoperable, and we are auctioning it off, like a John Deere pressure washer or an Easy golf cart. This is property, meaning an asset that the district owns. It is not property as in real property, physical as in like a building.
Yes, thank you for the clarity. It makes a lot of sense now, because I was wondering why were we talking about a Peter Pugger clay extruder. I was like, what? But thank you for the clarity. We can vote.
Okay, may I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion made by Ms. McGrady and a second by Ms. Perrell. Student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Dr. Rush? I mean,
Yes,
Dr. Ruffin?
I understand you, Miss Nguyen. Yes.
I don't know why I keep trying to call Mr. Rush, Dr. Rush. Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Yes. My mom always wished I would have been a doctor, but I'm not. I vote aye.
Thank you. And Ms. Nguyen is a yes vote as well. So the motion passes 5-0 with student board member recommending a yes vote. Okay, your last item was item 15A.
Thank you. And Dr. Rush has a nice ring to it, Mr. Rush.
Yeah.
So for
Thank you.
you're welcome. For administrative services to approve the minutes, this is just for a vote because I wasn't at that meeting, unfortunately. I'm just voting on it. No discussion.
Actually, I'm going to excuse myself as well because I was not at that meeting. I was in surgery. I wanted to be at the meeting. I'd much prefer than being in surgery, but I will abstain as well. So may I have a motion?
I'll make motion. A second.
That was a motion made by Ms. Perrell and a second by Ms. McGrady. Student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
I'm abstaining.
Abstain. Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Aye.
And Ms. Nguyen is abstaining as well. And the motion passes by a vote of 4, I'm sorry. 3. Oh, well, 3, I'm sorry, 3, with a student board member recommending a yes vote and 2 abstain. And that is it for our consent agenda. Item 16 is from the board and superintendent. So let's start with our student board member tonight.
I would just like to say that I'm very thankful for having had a great experience. Ever since I met Mrs. McGrady, she was so kind, and I also met Miss Chandela Williams, and it was a great experience. And I have fond memories of going to board meetings, even though some were, pretty long, but that's fine. I genuinely really loved it, and everyone's been so kind to me, and I'm grateful that I had the opportunity to go to school this year in person as well. It was great to end off my senior year going to school and being able to participate in normal activities. So I'm just very thankful for my experience and for everyone being very kind. And I'll never forget being a student board member. So thank you.
Ms. Perrell?
Well, Mr. Martinez, has been very much a pleasure you being on the board, and best of luck in pharmacy. I had a great opportunity of actually seeing volleyball among our preps, SOAR prep and night prep. SOAR prep did a great job, as well as night prep. I really enjoyed that. My kids wanted to see it, so I stayed, and they did a really good job. I missed some of the sporting events. I also wanted to give kudos to Juan Cerna. I should have did this last board meeting, but I forgot. He serves as our educational and social worker over at Knight High School, and he oversees 3,000 students. And I'm pleased to know that we're going to get more educational social workers. That's going to alleviate a lot of that for the ones that we currently have at all our comprehensive sites and also our alternative and whatnot. Also, I really did enjoy going to Little Rock High School. I know I'm supposed to meet with you, Mr. Barajas, so I can go back to your campus, but I was able to see LACO working with NAMI and what they were doing for the students, showing a presentation regarding ending the silence. They provide many different programs that they're really good support groups for kids and also as well as adults and whatnot. And I've always been a part of that. So I really want to thank everyone that's part of the district, staff, educators and whatnot, that's been working diligently and hard during this coming back from the school year or from being gone this whole pandemic and coming and working. It hasn't gone unnoticed. And I always say every time during the board meeting, everyone's been working really hard. And I do believe I had one more thing to say, but I've had a migraine this whole board meeting and I can't remember. So I'm probably going to have to go back next board meeting to remember what it is. But I want to thank everyone for working really hard. And also enjoy your Memorial Day weekend. Remember those have served. So I have a friend that passed away during that time. So, but yeah, everyone enjoy your 3-day weekend.
Thank you. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes, thank you and good evening again. Congratulations are in store for the class of 2022. Extraordinary accomplishments under challenging and unprecedented circumstances. The past 2 years, you experienced your education in a continuing pandemic, and in a few weeks, you will be journeying forward as young adults, destined to leave your indelible mark on our world. I want to encourage you to dream that no matter the challenges or the obstacles in front of you, do not give up. There's always a way and an opportunity for you to show up, to show out, and to take up space in this world. All of you matter. Your contribution to our society and our communities is needed to make it a better and safe place for all. Lean in to the good and the beauty that life has to offer. I'm not promising it will be easy. In fact, I am certain struggle is in front of you. And even though the struggle is exhausting, it is the only way forward. In 1857, the late Frederick Douglass delivered a speech that impacted our world. He said, "Where there is no struggle, there is no progress. There is work to be done." I'm asking all of you to lean in, to be the change you want to see, to disrupt the systems that continue to be your roadblocks for you and your family's long-term trajectories to success. I am charging you all to push against the power structures that hinder progress. A very powerful woman said, "Power is not given, it is taken." And we know that those individuals hoarding power will not give it up without a fight. So we must not give up either. Go forward, be great, and manifest your destiny. A second congratulations and recognition is to all of the teachers and staff. Last month, it was Teacher Appreciation Month. To our parents, the ways in which you guys are showing up to express your concerns to us, it's just amazing. And I welcome you to continue to let us know how we can grow and be better. To our guardians, thank you for all that you do to better the learning and the life opportunities for our young adults. It takes a village, and it matters how our tribes show up for us. I'm a product of public schools, and I've witnessed great educators in our public schools. Your work is appreciated. I want to also send recognition to the student honorees. Tonight, Palmdale High School had their student senior awards at 6 o'clock. Tomorrow night, high school is having theirs, and I'm sure there's other schools that are applauding and rewarding our seniors as well. You are deserving. Last, I am dedicating this part of my comments to the families in Buffalo, New York, and to the families in Laguna Woods, California, who were impacted by racial violence that has been a stain in American culture for hundreds of years. We are a strong America. We are bigger than our differences, and any one of us could ever have. We're bigger than those differences. I pray we all dig deep and extend grace to those that need healing. And this is in alignment with this being Mental Health Awareness Month. Please be vigilant of your surroundings, and all take care. We are still in a pandemic, even though we're trying to climb out of it. I look forward to seeing some of you at our graduations. Good night.
Thank you. Ms. McGrady.
Thank you. I would like to thank all of our teachers, all of our employees, and our parents, our students. Congratulations, you've made it through another year. Best wishes for a safe graduation at each of our sites. And Matthew, thank you so much for your service. It's been a pleasure having you work with us and being here. I would like to congratulate all the new folks who are getting jobs tonight. And Dr. Grado, welcome aboard. You're now officially on, I think. And so it'll be exciting to see what we do. Congratulations to Ms. Williams. I can't think of anyone who better deserves this job. And I'm so glad you're here with us and that you are willing to step up and take on some more responsibility. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rush.
Yeah, I'd like to say thanks to Mr. Martinez. It was great having him as the student board member. I hope he has a great future. The rest of you, thank you. I'll see you next week at graduations and the week after. And have a good night.
Mr. Nehan.
Thank you. And I just want to echo a couple comments. Mr. Martinez, thank you for the last year. You've served us well, and we wish you the best in the future. And to the class of 2022, congratulations. It looks like you made it. Hang tight. You got 5 more days, and then we wish you the best in the future as well.
Thank you. And I just have to add, Mr. Martinez, it's just been a pleasure working with you. And I do sincerely want to hear how things go in your future, and hope you'll just drop us a note or stop by sometime and let us know. You were a wonderful board member, and appreciated your input. Thank you. And I just don't want to say it's the end of the year yet. I know that's probably not something everybody wants to hear, but I just enjoy education so much, and I enjoy watching the wonderful things that our staff does to make sure students have a solid educational foundation. I also want to say just real quickly that it's exciting to see our different organizations and clubs and groups in the news again. And since I was my last time at a board meeting, the solar car has been in the news from Palmdale High School, or I should say both solar cars. Robotics at Eastside High School, the Eastside High School video film presentation, I believe that was in today's paper. Lancaster High School, Little Rock High School's community partnership, or that was an interesting article. I wish I could have been there. AV High School's overcoming obstacles. I know I'm missing some. Skills USA students that are going to be participating or have already participated, the Holocaust art program and the space camp. I hope I am missing some, because that just means that we've got even more. Our students are just, the opportunities are wonderful for those who want to take them. And are just, I want to attend as much as I possibly can. I want everybody to understand I'm not supposed to be walking or on my feet. I'm supposed to be in that darn recliner that I used to like that recliner. After being in it for 3 weeks, I'm not sure anymore. And did I say that it was Miss McGrady's birthday? I thought I said.
Yes, you did. And I think we're almost there.
I know. I know. Anyway, I have to read out from closed session, and then we get to go home. Report of action taken in closed session. Board members present were Ms. Perrell, Ms. McGrady, Mr. Rush, and Ms. Wynn. Board member absent was Dr. Ruffin. Item A was public employee appointment, government code 54957 titled Deputy Superintendent. During closed session, the board considered employee appointment titled Deputy Superintendent. And by a vote of 4-0, the board took action to approve the appointment of Ms. Shandelin Williams to Deputy Superintendent. This is where you're supposed to clap your applause. That was very nice, very nice. I think Mr. Rush made a good point. For $1,000 a month, less than $1,000 a month. Thank you for the work that I know you will be doing. Item B, conference with labor negotiator. Government Code Section 54957.6. During closed session, the board held a conference with labor negotiators, Mr. Brett Neal, regarding A, certificated bargaining, and B, classified bargaining unit and the unrepresented group. Conference labor negotiator Jay Furno, attorney, and Greg Nehan, superintendent, regarding unrepresented employee deputy superintendent, unrepresented assistant superintendent, educational services, unrepresented employee assistant superintendent, business services, and unrepresented employee assistant superintendent personnel. The board took no action. Item C, public employee dismissal, discipline, release, reassignment, non-relect. During closed session, the board considered a public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, non-relect, and there is nothing to present out. Item D, public employee appointment, government code 54957, title Regional Director, College Career Preparation and Adult Education. During closed session, the board considered employee appointment, title Regional Director, College Career Preparation and Adult Education, and by a vote of 4-0, the board took action to approve the appointment of, I didn't know that her first, of Joe Kim, I'm sorry. I didn't know her first name. Her first name is Brenda. Is that her first name, Brenda? I don't know. I'm sorry, Mr. Nehan. I'm trying to.
That's okay. My handwriting is a little bit.
To Regional Director, College Career Preparation and Adult Education. And thank you for applying. I didn't even have to ask. You did. Thank you. Item E, public employee appointment, government code number 54957, titled Coordinator of Student Services. During closed session, the board considered employee appointment titled Coordinator of Student Services, and by a vote of 4-0, the board took action to approve the appointment of Jada Jackson to Coordinator of Student Services. I don't know if do y'all remember Jada used to be with the district some years ago? Maybe telling about how old I am, but it's good to have her back. Item F, public employee appointment, titled Principal. During closed session, the board considered employee appointment title Principal, and by a vote of 4-0, the board took action to approve the appointment of Blake Stanford to Principal. Positive, I like that. I like the applause. Thank you. Item G, public employee appointment to title Assistant Principal, and by a vote of 4-0, the board took action to approve the appointment of Michelle, what is the last name? Miser, as Assistant Principal. And by a vote of 4-0, the board took action to approve the appointment of Lloyd Dunn as Assistant Principal. Thank you. Thank you for doing it. Item H, public employee appointment, title Vice Principal. During closed session, the board considered employee appointment title Vice Principal, and by a vote of 4-0, the board took action to approve the appointment of Jacqueline Day as Vice Principal. Did I get that? Thank you. I'm sorry, once we read it out, then your writing does look, like what it's supposed to say. By a vote, by a vote of 4-0, the board took action to approve the appointment of Edgar Ortega as vice principal. Item I is Educational Services request to waive Healthful Living. And during closed session, the board considered a request to waive Healthful Living for an Antelope Valley Union High School District student. By a vote of 4-0, the board took action to approve the requested waive of Healthful Living. Item J, Administrative Hearing Panel, and this will be voted on out here. May I please have a motion to approve the Administrative Hearing Panel recommendations for student expulsions and order as presented the expulsion of, how many students did we have? 3.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Amanda Pearl, second by Ms. McGrady. Any discussion? All right, this is one the student board member does not vote on. Ms. Pearl.
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin.
No.
Ms. McGrady.
Aye.
Mr. Rush.
Yes.
Ms. Nguyen is a yes vote as well, and the item passes by a vote of 4 yeses and 1 no. Item K, Final Settlement and Release Agreement. OAH case number 20220100499. And by a vote of 4-0, the board took action to approve the final settlement and release agreement. Item L, Final Settlement and Release Agreement. OAH case number 20220200614. The board took no action. Item M, Final Settlement and Release Agreement, OAH case number 20220400123. And by a vote of 4-0, the board took action to approve the final settlement and release agreement. Conference with legal pending litigation claim number 2-04-15001. During closed session, the board considered the claim. By a vote of 4-0, the board took action to reject the claim. Item 0, with legal, conference with legal pending litigation claim number 22-04-2025001. And by a vote of 4-0, the board took action to reject the claim. Item P, conference, this is why it was so long and closed. Sorry, it took us a while to go through all this. Item P, conference with legal pending litigation, claim number 22-050-4001. During closed session, the board considered the claim, and by a vote of 4-0, the board took action to reject the claim. Item Q, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. The board took no action. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Pearl and a second by Ms. McGrady. Do I have to take individual vote? Can we just vote? Nope. Nope. I better do what I should do. All right, Ms. Pearl, how do you vote?
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, his last vote. Mr. Martinez, what do you recommend?
Aye.
All right. And Ms. Pearl was a yes vote. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Dr. Ruffin is yes as well. Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Ms. McGrady is aye. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Mr. Rush is a yes, and Ms. Nguyen is a yes. Have a wonderful week, everyone. Thank you for attending. We are done. We are out of here.